everyone, welcome to this video on blockchain application and architecture. In this video, we are going to explore how blockchain technology works behind the scenes and how developers build real-world applications using smart contracts and Solidity programming language. Blockchain is no longer limited to cryptocurrencies. Today, it powers digital payments, supply chain systems, decentralized finance, NFTs, and many other applications. But the real engine behind these systems is something called smart contract programs that run automatically on the blockchain without requiring intermediaries. So in this session, we are going to understand the architecture of blockchain application and learn how developers write and deploy smart contracts that run securely on decentralized networks like Ethereum. So before we start, let's quickly take a look at the agenda for this session. So at first, we will understand what smart contracts are and how programs run automatically on the blockchain. Then we'll move on to exploring basics of Solidity and understand how a smart contract program is structured. After that, we will learn about different data types used in Solidity, including integers, strings, addresses, and Boolean values. Next, we'll understand how functions work in smart contracts, including public view and pure functions. Then, we'll explore custom data types like enums and structs, which help organize data in blockchain application. Next, we'll discuss mappings and arrays, which are commonly used for storing and managing data inside smart contracts. We'll also understand how blockchain addresses work and how contracts interact with accounts on the network. Next, we'll explore token standards like ERC20 tokens and NFTs and understand how they power many blockchain applications. We'll also look at error handling techniques in smart contracts using require, revert, and assert. And finally, we will see how to compile and deploy smart contracts on Ethereum test networks using tools like Remix and MetaMask. Also, if you're looking to dive into blockchain technology and want to start with the basics, I have got something exciting for you. Check out this free blockchain course that comes with certification. This course is designed to give you hands-on experience with blockchain fundamentals, Bitcoin, Ethereum, smart contracts, and many more. So whether you're just a beginner or looking to expand your knowledge, this course is perfect for you. You'll get 6 hours of self-paced lessons plus 90 days of free access to all the content. And yes, once you complete it, you will get a completion certificate to showcase your skills. So if you're ready to explore how blockchain is changing the world of cryptocurrency and beyond, why not get started today? It's all completely free and it's the perfect first step into the world of blockchain development. So before we dive in, let's test your knowledge with a quick quiz. The question is, which programming language is most commonly used to write smart contracts on Ethereum? Your options are Python, Java, Solidity, or Go. Take a moment to think about it and let me know the answers in the comment section below. Now, without any further ado, let's get started.
So let's start with the session. All right. So what is our today's agenda? What we are going to cover up here? So in this case, see, this is your what we can say the 3 modules that we are doing: fundamentals, core Java foundation, and then application architecture. And after this, you will be having the capstone project. In the fundamentals, what we have covered introduction to blockchain, pillars, cryptography, consensus, distributed ledger. Then we discuss about the Bitcoin wallet, mining, proof of work. Ethereum blockchain, we have come up with the, I can say, proof of stake, decentralized file storage system. We also talked about IPFS, form, and we had invested a very good time into understanding the hyperledger fabric. That is my part of enterprise blockchain, or I can say that this is required into the case of industry. Now, let me show you what we are going to cover up in this case. So you see, these are our major topics that we are going to cover. Number 1, we are going to cover Ethereum. Then we will come to Hyperledger Fabric. We'll also understand the SDK, Software Development Kit. Then we'll come to multi-chain. And finally, the IOTA blockchain. So these things we are going to cover into this particular module. And yes, we do have a lot more hands-on exercises. Okay, we start with the smart contract. So you see, this smart contract is basically a program, we can say, that is running onto the case of Ethereum blockchain. And we say it here, this is case of automation, and that automation we are expecting with the program. Protocol, rather than calling it protocol, we should call it program. Program stored on a blockchain that automatically execute the terms of an agreement. I think you wanted to write the same only, Joy. So perfectly said. Now you see, when we had the clear understanding when we were discussing about that, what is the smart contract life cycle? So where we do have four phases. So we come up with the writing of smart contract, compiling the smart contract, and after compilation, what do we get? We get two things, ABI and bytecode. ABI stands for application binary interface, and bytecode is a machine understandable language. Then we come to the deployment. So in the deployment, we have two phases. Either you will be doing it to the, or first you will be doing onto the test network, then you will be doing it on the main network. Once you have the deployment, irrespective wherever the test or the main, I'll say, finally you will have the execution. So overall, if you see in the smart contract life cycle, we come up with the four phases. And what are those four phases? So number one, we come up with the writing smart contract, compilation of smart contract that gives us application binary interface and bytecode. Third case, we come on to the deployment. There we come up with the test network and main network. Test network and main network. And fourth session, we come up with the execution of the code or execution of the smart contract, I'll say. Fundamentals of blockchains. Why we are using Pragma to specify the compiler version. Perfect, perfect. So this is a contract name we are giving up here. And in this case, you can see this is what we call, we have a case of the name of the contract is test contract. Some functions are given, but as of now, we do not know about the function. So we can leave that part. So here we see here, we do have, so some purpose of the documentation, we do the commenting. This is a syntax for doing the single line comment, and this is for multi-line comment. So that we can use into our program, and it is considered a good practice to have a comments in your program. Then you see, we do have a data types. Now in the case of data types, you see, uh, data types we divide into two categories. In the case of when we say here something called as a inbuilt and then come to user defined. So we'll discuss about that as well. So if you see basic data types, so the first one is for numerical data, integer. Integer is further divided into signed int and unsigned integer, which can take negative number, which will take negative number. Let's say I do have a -10. Which should I consider? Integer. Integer. Perfect. Perfect. So in the case of you see unsigned integer, I can have only the positive numbers. Boolean is having two value, true and false. Bytes is for some kind of, when we say that, when we used to have the address, sometimes we used to have the bytes as well. But right now we do not use it. String we understand, and enumerator and all these things will do it now. So we will have a specific programs to execute all the exercises. Okay. So you will be doing your exercise in Remix, remix.ethereum.org. So this is the link given for us. So I'm creating a new file, making it 2.1, saving this code here. And I should have taken the .sol as well. See, now it is being recognized. Once you have the program, you see here, this is for license identification because we are enabling it for the open source community. Compiler version, we have taken stable of 8 version. Contract name, we have taken simple math. Two variables we have, num1, num2. In the case of you see, we have four other variables. One is addition result, subtraction result, multiplication result, and division result. This is for addition of two numbers. This is for subtraction of two numbers. It means 10 minus 5. This is for multiplication of two numbers, and this is for division of two numbers. So once you have it, just for getting the API and the bytecode, you need to do what? You come to your compilation part. Once your compilation is done, you see a green tick there. Then you copy this ABI. Maybe you can save it in Notepad or something. It is just for your observation, and then copy the bytecode. This is ABI and the bytecode. And this is available in the compilation section. All right. Let's come to the next exercise now. I'll be closing this. So now we are going to understand. See, let me just quickly revise, give you a revision as well. When we were discussing our first data type, that is integer. So integer is meant for numerical data. When I say here, so we have first data. I do have a category of numerical data. So in the case of numerical data, we have two choices, integer, or we go with unsigned integer. So I normally call it signed integer, and I call it unsigned integer. Unsigned integer. Okay. So we take it, I can store positive and negative value both in the signed integer. Unsigned, that is allowed here. In the case of unsigned, we have only positive numbers. So in case you already know that, okay, this is age variable. So why to take then integer? Why not the unsigned integer? So we already know about our data, what kind values we have. Like in the case of marks, it could be negative as well. So that time maybe I am taking the integer. Further, to just having the safety, or we can say that security towards the data storage, we do have one more option, that we can take some categorization as well. So what is that categorization? So I can have a range also. So the size of integer could be given into bits. How many bits? 8 to 256 bits can be given. So what do I mean by that? So in that case, I can say that I'm allowed to write integer 8. I'm allowed to write integer 256. I'm allowed to write unsigned integer 8. I'm allowed to write unsigned integer 256. But what do I mean by that? So that actually specifies the range of the values. So what is that range of the value if I say here? So this is 2 raised to power, listen this very carefully, 2 raised to power 8. What is the maximum range? Okay. In this case also you see that. So how many total values we could have? That is 2 raised to power 256. Similarly for the down values as well. So if I try to take a value, let me go back to my program. So you see 256 is a very bigger number, right? So I make it, let me delete this. I make it 8. 8 means the smallest one. Unsigned integer 8, num1. And I try to take 100 here. I try to take 100. Allowed or not allowed? I try to take 100 here. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. I'm not getting any error. Allowed. See, I'm not getting any error here. Okay. But when I make it 1000, so that time you see I got a error. And if you see, this is something you can say that implicitly not convertible to expected type of integer 8. Okay. Let me try something with the 999 now. So 999 also I'm not allowed here. So in this case, let me check 128. 128 is allowed. See, 128 is allowed. If I give 129, that is also allowed. So let me try 256 now. So you see 256 is an error, and 255 would not be error. So what is the range for this? Maximum 255. So accordingly, we can see here. So you do not need to remember anything just by having, let's say now you have a salary kind of a data, and might be you have a salary for VPs and everything. Now in this case, what you can do or what you can take up there you can take it something like that. Okay, you should have a bigger number. So that way you can decide which value you want to take or which value you should take. The question arises how it is making difference for us. So we know that as of now that for main network deployment, I ultimately need what? Ethers. So actual money we are paying. Okay. And I can say that simply, more the complexity of the program, more is the cost. Okay. Now, when I talk about the storage reservation, when I talk about the storage reservation, so integer 8 will be taking less storage as in comparison with the integer 256, because every data type is having a specific range. Okay. So now which one is preferable to choose? If it allows, which one is preferable to allowed? Which one is preferable? Integer 8. If my work is doing good, then why should I go for the 256 one? This is one case. Similarly, here I am writing specifically unsigned integer 8 or 256. Correct. But what if I am not writing anything? What if I'm not writing anything? That time, what is the value? If I'm not taking 8, 256 or anything, I'm not taking, what is the default value? What is the default value? Default is 256. So you see here, in this case, if I am not writing anything, that means directly it is considered as integer. 256 unsigned integer is considered as unsigned integer 256. Correct. I hope this clarity we do have. Perfect. Uh, Let me go ahead with the same. Boolean can take only true and false value. Bytes can only take some, we can say that ASCII characters, but we normally don't use it as of now because we have an address data type and that is doing good with us. String, we can take it. Okay, for string, I should use single quote or double quote. The quotes we can take in single or double, both. Both are allowed. Let me show you. String, I take it S and I make it hi. See, there I tried it with the double quotes, and one more string I take it here P. This I try with single quotes. And now you see, you're not getting error in any of these two. So you're allowed to take single quote also, and you are allowed to take double quote as well. Okay. So it is up to you which one you want to take. This is entirely just you need to be sure that if you started with a single quote, just end up with a single quote. String we have come. Now let's come to the enumerator. So this is, I can say that this we should do into the detail. Now what is enumerator here? All of you listen it very carefully. So what is enum? Enum stands for enumerator. Now in this case, what do we stay here or what do we say here? This is actually your user defined data type. Okay. Who is user? We are the user, we are the programmer. So it is given, the definition is given by me, user defined data type. Now in this case, you see, when I say user defined data type, it means I do have a right to define. Okay. But why we are doing this? So this example I have given earlier as well. Same example I'm giving. So I have asked you people to fill your data of your city you belong to. Okay, might be 4 of you or 5 of you belong to Delhi. Now you can write Delhi like this. You can write Delhi like this. Somebody could write New Delhi. Somebody could write NDL. Somebody could give a any another name to the Delhi. Now in this case, what will happen? The problem is that when I'm doing analysis, that time I do have a issue because everybody is writing in their own style. I could have one word with a multiple references. All right. So in the same kind of a situation, we can take help of enum also. How? How we are defining our own will. We are defining our own will. Okay. So what example we are taking? Very interesting example we are taking up here. So we come up with that. Normally pizza comes in three sizes. That sizes are small, medium, and large. Okay. So now what I want to do, I want to store that pizza size information with the help of enumerator. So let's understand with the example directly. Uh, See this time, now you see, because I told you earlier as well, in the case of solidity, there are very limited tasks which is available without the function. So when we are understanding the concept, we need to use function. But what will be our flow here? First, we'll cover up the data types. Then we will come to the functions. Because to understand the function, you should have a proper understanding of the data types first. Now, for the same reason, what we are doing up here, so we'll use some function, but those parts, the function specifically, will ignore that. And when we have done the function, that time we will revisit our concept. Okay, but I'll try to explain you as much as possible. Now you see here, what we have done, this line we understood compiler. Contract name we have taken test. Enum is a keyword. And we have, with the help of enum is a user defined data type. So we created our own data type. And what is the name of that data type? What is the name of that data type? Pizza size. How many values we have given here? How many values we have given here? Three. Three values. What are those three values? Small, medium, large. Okay. So we keep it with that. We automatically consider our index also. What is index? So index I state here. Small is 0. Medium is 1. Large is 2. Because index in programming always starts with what? Always starts with 0. So we do have values 0, 1, and 2. Okay. Pizza size was a user defined data type. With the help of the same, what we have created? We have created a variable. Okay. What is the name of the variable? See line number 5. What is the name of variable? What is the name of variable here? Choice. Choice is my variable name. Choice is my variable name. So let me explain you one more time here. See, in this case, what exactly we are doing? So we took help of enum keyword to create my own data type. I kept the name as pizza size. This is my data type. And I also specified some values. What are those values? So I have taken here and you see here, let me delete here. So I'm not taking any quotes here. Nothing is required. So what value I have taken? Small. I have taken medium. I put it and I differentiate between these with the help of comma, small, medium, and large. I have taken three values. All right. My data type is prepared by me, user defined data type. But now I need to take a variable also. So same pizza size I'm taking up here. I'm keeping the name as choice here. I'm keeping the name as choice here. So this is my, now you see, this is data type and this is variable. We created our own data type. That data type we are declaring a variable. We created our own data type. With that data type, we are declaring a variable. So choices are that value. Similarly, you see this line number 6. So constant is something that cannot be changed. Constant is something that cannot be changed. That value we cannot change anyway. So in this case, you see we have a variable default choice, and this is another variable. What kind of value we are keeping up here? What is the value we are keeping up here? Small. How we have taken this small? So we cannot directly write small, medium, or large. We need to specify this user defined data type. So we have said pizza size dot small. or maybe pizza size dot medium, pizza size dot large. So we have taken this kind of value here. Now in this case, you see here, so now I have functions. So how to recognize function? Function is a keyword. Okay, so how many functions you can see here? Three. See, three times you can see function. 1, 2, and 3. So in the first function, now you see, as of now, the function part you will ignore how we are declaring in anything. See only directly the, what is the function name? Set large, get choice, get default choice. Other things as of now, we are keeping it for the next time. What is the value given into the choice? What is the value given into the choice? What is the value? Large. This is just, printing the value. Next function is just to print the value. What is the value we are giving into default choice? What was the value given into the default choice? Small. Okay. These are the two cases. Let's run that and see what kind of a output we can see. Okay. So for the deployment, when my compilation is already done, that is why I asked you to, check on auto compile option. So if auto compile is done, by the time you are writing your program, your compilation will also done. So we'll directly move to the deployment section, click on deploy button. We expand this. Okay, how many buttons you can see? How many buttons you can see here? 3. Why 3? Why 3? Because 3 functions we do have. 3 functions we do have. And now you see yellow one is above, blue one are at the lower portion. So when I say what is the order here? So in this case, you see the write function comes first, read function comes after that. Write function comes first. See, set large. Can I say that this is my write function? Can I say that the set large is my write function? I am putting a new value. New value means I am putting value of large in choice. This is reading the function. Okay, tell me about the last function. This is read or write? Read or write? Read. Read. Correct. How do we know that this is read function? This, see, it is nothing. It is just returning the value. Nothing else we do have here. We are not writing any kind of value in this case. Now you see with the same story, what do we have? We are returning the value. So you see here, set large is my write function. This is my read function. Okay, now let's click on this and see what is the output. So as of now, we have not seen the output also. So I click on set large. So this is writing green tick we can see. Get choice. Can you see here what is the index value coming up? Can you see what is the index value coming up? See in the down of the button. What is the index value? 2. Why 2? Why 2? Why 2 is coming? See, we read here 0, 1, 2. We declared choice as large. So that is why it is showing us 2 here. Okay. Perfectly said. Now, let me come to the third part. So what index you are seeing into the case of default choice? What index you're seeing here? 0. So 0 is also understandable because small's index is what? Small here. So in this case of enumerator, we will not be getting the values. We will be only getting the index values. We will not be getting the values here. What we will be getting as an answer? Only the indexes. So indexes are important here. So you see here in this entire program, what we have done, let me just refresh this. Now you see the overall what we have done, we have created a user-defined data type with the help of enum keyword. We kept 3 values, small, medium, large. We declared 2 variables, one is choice, one is default choice. We fixed the default choice with the value of small. Choice value we filled up into the case of function. We have 3 function. One is my, I can write up here as well. This is my write function. This is my read function. This is also my read function. Okay. And how the order we are getting? First we are getting write function, then we are getting read functions into the execution. Correct? Let's start with the next concept. So next is structure. So one more category of user defined data type. And in our programs, we will see it multiple times. Okay. So now what is structure? Structure is user defined data type. And this is like a collection of different data types. See, two things I'm stating about structure. One, once I have given, this is also a user defined data type. Second, it is collection of existing data types. Let me elaborate. Let me elaborate. So you see, we all are participant here. So in my case, what kind of a detail we could require? Or maybe I have a student. So as a teacher, what do I need? Student ID, name of student, branch, section, college, percentage. Okay. So now when I want to make such kind of a collection that it is becoming easy for me for management, so that time we take help of structure. Okay. So now let's see and let's understand with the example also. Before this, if you see here, how do we have the structure? Struct is a keyword. Name is given as book. How many values you can see inside the structure? How many values you can see inside the structure? Two. One is ID, one is book name. ID is of data type unsigned integer 8. Book name is of type string. Okay. But how do we use it or what is the benefit? So better we see with the example. Better we see with the example. So I believe we have, yes, we do have a contract for this. So I just take the code from here. Okay. And all right. So I'm taking this code, coming back to my solidity, just replacing the same one. All right. Now you see here, let's understand this. So in this case, you see, again, I started with the structure. Name of structure is given as book, B capital. How many values I am combining here? 4. Title, author, book ID, publisher. Title is of string data type. Author is of string data type. Book ID is of unsigned integer. Publisher is of string. All right. Okay. As we have done in the enumerator, I created a variable with the help of a user defined data type. Okay. Tell me which one from line number 10. Tell me from line number 10. All of you listen this carefully. From line number 10, what is variable and what is user defined data type? See only this. What is variable and what is user defined data type? Capital B or small b you see here. Capital B book is data type, is the structure. Yes. And what is my variable? The small one. So this particular thing we need to see here. So in my case, the example which I'm giving up here. So book is structure. Small book is what? Small book is my variable. All right. So this I have done. Now moving ahead, let's see what we have. Now in this case, how many functions we can see? Count the functions. How many functions you can see here? Count the functions you can see here. 4. Okay. And one easy understanding, wherever you see return, that is my read function. So how many write function and how many read function? How many write function and how many read function? How many write and the read function? So 1, 1 is 1:3 we have. 1 is write and 3 is read. Perfect. So this understanding we got up. Now, let's see inside the function what we are doing and how we are keeping up the value. So book was my variable. Okay. Then I mentioned structure and started my parenthesis. Now you see, now what you need to see, I am writing up here. You see line number, maybe I can highlight this also. How do I do this? Maybe I'll write again. So what you need to see this one, and I will be trying to write something. So in this case, you see book is, this book is my variable. This book is my structure. I started my parenthesis. What is the first variable in the case, in the structure? What is the first variable inside the structure? Author, title, book ID, or publisher? What is my first value? Title. So now let's say I give the name of the book as Python. I give the name of the book as Python. This is string, so I close that. What is the second one? Author. So author, I'll write it here, ABC. Third thing I take up here, ID. So book ID. ID is what? Should I take into the quotes or without quote? ID, should I take it without quotes or with quotes? Without quote. Why without quote? Because this is a numerical value. So maybe I give that value as 1, 2, 3, 4. Publisher, again string. So string I'll give up here. Let's say Springer. So this is, you see how we are writing the value into the case of structure. So what is so good about the structure? Otherwise, if I have 4 variables, so I need to assign the value individually. Now in single line, I can assign the value. Now in the single line, I can assign the value. Similarly, I can use only one function also to read the values. As of now, I'm using what? I'm using 3 different functions. Now you see here. First function you see here, this is for reading book ID. This is for reading title. This is for reading publisher. So in this case, what is missing? Which one we are not able to see? ID is there, title is there, publisher is there. With what is not there? Author. Author is not there. Let's run this as well and see the output. How does it look like? I delete these all things. And what we need to do, see, green tick is already there. It means compilation is done. Come to the deployment section, click on deploy button. You see here, everything is good to go. Expand it. We can see 4 buttons now, 4 function. Set book is right. That is why it is coming into yellow or orange color. Other 3 are read function. I click on set book. We can see a green tick. It means write is done. Get book ID. So can you see 101 here? See, if I zoom this, I will not be able to come back. So that is why I'm showing here. I hope this is visible, 101. Can you see this 101? So in this case, you see, we got the value. Then we see get book publication date, detail publisher, that is Emerald in this case. Title, if you get, this is Learn Solidity. So you're able to write the data, you're able to read the data. Now in this case, you see overall, let's revise one more time. We created a structure with 4 variables with the 4 value. We kept the name as capital B. In the line number 10, we created a variable with the name of small b. We had one function. This function I'll say here. This is my write function. This is my read function. Similarly, this is also my read function. And the last one is also my read function where we are reading the value. So because of the structure, I do have a collection of the variable. So now every time I do not, specifically cite anything, with the one word book, my work is done. So same way we can create for student also, employee also, product also, or anything you would like. So that way we can go ahead with the same flow. Correct. I hope you got how to write and read about these values. So we have covered enumerator, we have covered the structure. Now, let's come to one interesting one. And in case of solidity, especially with the Ethereum, we use this very often. Address data type. We use it very often. So what do I have after structure? So this is address. Okay. So now what is address here? Let me come back to the limits. Now you see, all of you see it carefully. I come to my deployment section and you see this is our test network. We are doing it with the remix and we have multiple accounts here, and in actual we do not have 100 ethers. So these are fake ethers and that are helping us to run our program. Okay, we are good to go. But you see here, you you have different addresses here. Obviously it is not showing completely. So you have something like this and different addresses. So if I click on this copy account, try to paste it. This is the address. Okay, this is the address. So now I do not want to make it string also. So what we have, Solidity given us a special data type which is meant to store these kind of addresses. One part. Second, you see, whenever you deploy the contract, see, whenever you deploy the contract, all of you see there, can you see this copy address? When you see here, copy address, can you see here? Copy address. So I click on this and there also you see we do have a address. So how many type of addresses we can see? One I can say one is my account address. Second is my smart contract address. So yes, we do have requirement of storing these two, but as soon as we will move forward into the solidity, we will see the cases. As of now, we know that we might have requirement, but where, how, why do we require? These answers will be sorted out slowly. Now, address data type we understand. Okay. Now, by default, we get two additional opportunities also with the address. What is that? Balance and transfer. Balance and transfer. Right now we are using balance. Later on, we will be using transfer also. Okay. Right now we are using balance. Later on, we will be using transfer as well. So let me show you a simplest program for this. All right. I close this previous things. And now you see here, I take my brush. Okay. So contract name is payment. We have taken a variable. The name of the variable is add block. What is the data type? Address. We have two functions. One is write, one is read. Read you can see return. In the write you can see we do have some value. Also, one more thing. I don't think even fundamentals we have tried this thing. The question arises, can we take values from the user? Can we take the values from the user? So the answer is yes. Can we take the values from the user? So answer is yes. So in this case, you see, if you see this, all of you listen carefully. This parenthesis you see, whatever functions we have done as of now, this was just blank like this only. This was just like blank like this only. But this time, Lavanya, I'm explaining the same. This time, you have some parameters inside the function. So what I'm saying here, before this, we have seen multiple functions. Every time we have the function name as blank. This time we do have the some parameters written aside. Okay. Now remember the first program that you have done here. This was ABI in the bytecode. Now you see here. So can I use the same program for any another value? instead of 10, 5, can I use it for any another value? 20, 30. Maybe I need to do the changes in the program, but I don't want to do it. How? Let me show you. So this thing we have seen first time. So don't worry, we'll be able to grab it. Let me run it and then I'll come back to you. Now you see I have two functions and this is enabling me taking value from user. Okay. As of now, we do not know what is that. Read function, we are returning the value. Now let me run it. I click on the deployment section and before that, what I do, or even later on also you can do that. You deploy your function. I copy this account. Can you see this copy thing? Can you see this? Copy this, copy this. So I copied what I copied and why I copied. Now you see how many buttons you can see here. How many buttons you can see here? How many buttons you can see here? Three. Three. Why three here? Why three here? Because you have a variable also that is add block. So this add block is also coming up here. There is a variable that is add block. So how many functions here? Two functions. How many write function? How many write function? One. How many read function? How many read function? That is also one. See, be very clear onto this. Let me write it for you. So now here you see this set address is function. Add block is variable. Get balance is function. How do I know that this is add block is a variable? You see here line number 4. You see here line number 4. And why it is coming like this? Because we have a public declaration. Okay. So that was part of the same. Now what I do, I have already copied, but I don't know I have still this thing or not. I go to the deployment. I copy this again. I come back. Now you see. Can you see this arrow button here? Can you see this arrow button here? I expand that. And now I am getting a text box. Now I am getting a text box. So this is, I am the user. So we were saying taking value from the user. So I pasted this value. Click on transact. Green button we can see. I click on add block. Now you see the same address which I have written. That same I can see into the case of add block. There is one more button, get balance. Now in the case of get balance, can you see some values appearing here? In case of get balance, can you see value appearing here? So if you see here, this is the exact value which is given to the account. So I can actually see the balance of the account. Let's try it one more time. See, if I would have taken this inside the function, not using this taking user value. So every time I need to, display newer values. So let me copy this account, click on or replace this one, click on transact. My transact is done. So I'll rerun this program for you. Right now we are already having the clarity for the code. So I copy this again, deploy button. I paste this address here, click on transact, add block, same address, balance is given. Let me try for any another account. Copy this, paste it here, click on transact, add block and get balance. So you have multiple times you can run the value. So you do not need to change the value every time you are doing up into the case of function. See, now this is the difference here. So why we are taking the value here? So you think of a calculator. You think of a calculator. You have a calculator. Already the logics and everything is built up. So whatever number you have, you can just run it. You want to multiply 10 with 20, you multiply to do with any another thing, you can easily do it. So you change the value multiple times and your function is running. Same you see, this you want to run 100 times, 1000 times, you are allowed to do. But in case you're fixing the values here, fixing means just like num equals to 10 or 20, that time you would not be able to run it multiple times because you have same value. But now you see, you have choice and this has been enabled just because we have some parameters inside the function. How do we take it, when to take it, that I'll discuss. Okay, the function part we'll discuss. So you see here, let's come back to the program one more time. So you see here, we have taken a variable, name is given as add block. We declare it public so that we can see it from the execution. The data type is address. We have two functions. One is write, one is read. When we are writing, we are just giving which address we need. When we are reading, that time what we are checking? We are checking the balance. Okay, what is add block? What is add block here? What is add block? This add block I'm asking. What is add block? Can I say variable? Can I say variable? Variable. So with the variable, we got two properties because this is of address. One is transfer, one is balance. As of now, what we are using, we are just only using the balance. Transfer, we still need to use because first we will be trying to understand our first case of the section. So if you have any question onto this, please ask me. Just see it once. See it once. So this is address. Now you see, whatever we have gone through, address is a data type that allows you to store all the addresses value. With this, you get a benefit of checking the transfer and balance. As of now, we have used the balance. So balance is returning me what is the value of that address over there. Correct? How get it in decimal? Dharmesh, we will not be able to get it in the decimal. The reason behind, so this is giving us into the ether. Let me show you here. See, this is giving us into the lowest unit, that is way. We communicate into the form of ether. We speak about ethers here, but we are getting into the way. So that is multiply some zeros here. So that is why we will not be getting into 99 point something. We'll be getting into such a case only. Can explain how we got the balance through second function. Mohan, this is the property, inbuilt property. So we have not made any logic here. We just click on that variable. Variable is add block, which is having an address. This value I have taken at the user running time, and then I'm checking just the balance. So this balance is helping me to check the value. Okay. See, in the case of when we are talking about the solidity, there are multiple applications. That time we need to actually deal with the address data type. So when we need to store the addresses like this, the account address, my smart contract address, that time we do have a data type that is known as address. So with the help of address, I'm getting two other features also. So what are those features? So one is I get the feature of transfer. Second feature I get up, that is balance. Transfer, we have another program that we will do. Balance is to return the balance amount of particular address. So in this function or this program, what we are doing, we have two functions. First function, we are asking user, we are first function asking user which address you want to check, which address you want to check. Second function, function 2, this was function 1, this is function 2. So function 2 is to display, function 2 is to display the balance of, display the balance of that account. So this we are doing with this entire thing. So before this, we have not tried any time how to take value from user. So for taking up the value from the user, we just need to do some changes in the function. And how do we go? So we go with function name and providing some parameters. But this we will learn. So don't worry about this portion. So address we have done. We have seen it. See, still from this, we have left with the transfer. So we will experiment with this as well. But let's move to the next one now. So now this is mapping. So mapping is entirely new for you. Mapping is entirely new for you. Even in the fundamentals also, we have not talked about it. So let's understand this very carefully. And I'll go slow onto this. So when we say mapping, this is something like generating a key and value pair. Key and value pair. For example, I write something. Key is 101. Value is issue PhD blockchain. So three values I have given. Okay, so these three values are associated to a key. The key is 101. So that kind of mapping I want to do. That kind of mapping I want to do. That is justifying me key and the value. Okay. So how do we do that, or how we can do that? Let's learn about the syntax first. Let's learn about syntax first. So in the case of syntax, you see here, I try to type something. So mapping is keyword that is fixed. Now I mentioned two things. One is key, one is value. So what we need to provide first, data type of key. Data type of key. Data type of key. Second, I use this kind of symbol. Now you see this symbol. First you put equals to, then you put this sign of less than, greater than I should say here, according to the equal to sign. Then you provide data type of value. Okay. Now let me take this example. I go back to my screen here. So this value, this we were getting three values. Now in this case, you see how we can combine three values. Have we gone through something like that? How we can combine three values? Data collection of data type or something we have gone through. Do we have anything? Ahmed structure. Yes, correct. Mohan, in case of array, we have same type of data. Right now, you can see this is string, but I could have some numerical values also. So we take example of string. Similarly, let's keep it simple. Now, let's say key is 102, value is laptop. This is example of mapping. If we go through this example, what will be data type for key? If we go with this example, what will be data type of key? What will be the value, what will be the for data type of key? Integer. So I'm writing it integer maybe 16, or integer 8 will be enough. When this should be unsigned integer. Okay. For the laptop, what should be the data type? For the laptop, what should be the data type? String. String. Correct. This is string. Now, if we go with the same rule, so mapping is being created. Data type of key is unsigned integer 8. Putting that symbol, what is the data type of value? This is string. So this is one of the method how we can have it, and just to have the key value pair. Okay. And after that, you see in this example, what is the name of mapping is taken? So mapping is also a user defined category. In the mapping, first mapping, what is the what is the name of mapping? What is the name of mapping? Accounts. In the second example, what is the name of mapping? In the second example, what is the name of mapping? Balances. Okay. So as of now, we just know this, this is something key value pair. And we want to relate these two. And we have this kind of a syntax. Okay. But we need to see an example to understand this. So let me just have a, why do we use it? So you have done enumerator. Enumerator, the index starts from, enumerator, index starts from 0. You might have heard about array also. Array index starts from, array index starts from 0. Okay. Now, the case I am checking, for example, I want to use roll number as key. Can I do in the array or the enumerator? Can I have this kind of index value? Can I change the default pattern of the indexes? Can I change the default pattern of the indexes? Instead of 0, can I take roll numbers? Instead of 0, can I take roll numbers? No, I cannot take it. So this is a situation where you want to use the mapping here. So you want flexibility. You want flexibility in creating keys or indexes. So that time you use what? You use the mapping. But more thing, let me run the example. That time you get clarity. Uh, no, Dharmesh, two-dimensional array is normally is used for the matrix. That is never is being used for the case of what I can say for the data manipulation task. Okay. Now see this example. It is just little bigger, but it is, good to understand. Now see in this case, it's like a hash table. Yes, we can say that, Ahmed. See this example. I do have a structure. The structure name is participant. How many values we enrolled here? See how many values we do have here. How many values we do have it here? Count it and let me know. 6. 6. So when you see T stands for participant. So obviously this is variable only. So this is up to you how you want to take it. So participant name is string. Participant age is unsigned integer. Participant phone number is unsigned integer. Courses enrolled is string. Fee paid is boolean. So we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. So structure, we already had a clarity. We're good to go with that. Okay, but with that, what we created? We want to give this participant a ID. We want to give this participant a ID because you see, colleges, organization. So every time, or even a Aadhaar card kind of a data, we get a unique identity. So that identity I want to store with the help of mapping. So in this case, you see, okay, see the line number 12. See the line number 12 and answer some questions here. What is the data type of key? What is the data type of key? See the line number 12. What is the data type of key? Unsigned integer. Perfect. What is the data type of value? What is the data type of value? What is the data type of value? Structure. Participant, that is basically a structure. Structure participant. Correct. Correct. Very much correct. What is the name of mapping we have given here? What is the name of mapping we have given here? SL participant. So this we are generating up a value here. So you see here. So what you want to do, you want to give a ID to this participant, and for the same reason you have used mapping. Mapping is actually a key value parameter. The data type of key is unsigned integer. The data type of value is participant. That participant is a user defined data type that belongs to the structure category. So this we have taken as of now. Okay, let's move ahead. So we do have certain function. Now let's see this part of the function. I mark this here like this so that we just only see here. So in this case, you see what we are doing. Okay. So we have a function. What is the name of function? What is the name of function? Name of function. Add participant. What is the name of function? Add participant. Will add a field inside the structure. No, Sandeep, it is nothing inside the structure. It is, you can say that one structure you created. On top of that, you are adding a key. On top of that, you are adding a key. So you see, maybe if I try to draw something, just a second, I'll delete this for a now. See, let's say not this. Okay. Let's say this is your structure where you have some 4 value. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now on this, you're adding one more thing. So let's say this is column to the left. So you added one more point on ahead of that, and that you're calling as a key. So this key is a identification for entire values. So these all are connected to each other. These all are connected to each other. And on top of that, we do have what? We do have a key here, right? I'll show you even with the outputs as well. So now we were focusing on this function. So you see inside this function, for the add participant, you're passing some parameter. Let's count that parameter. See the commas here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. How come 7? How come 7? We have given only 6 parameters. We have only given 6 parameters. Key. So 6 plus 1 is 7. 6 plus 1 is 7. And what is that 1? That is key over there. Okay. This is the case that we understood. Now you see, again, these values we are taking up from the user. So as of now, we do not know how these values are being taken care. But you see here, this is, you see, SL participant. This is your mapping name. Then you have a square bracket. What you are putting up there? This key, dot operator, p name. P name is your this variable. You see, p name, p age, p phone number, p email, and all those things. Then I have a last function. This is for return. Okay, so if you see here, how many function you can see in this program? How many function you can see in this program? How many function you can see? 2. How many read or how many write? How many read or how many write? One each. One each. One read, one write. Perfect. Okay. Now let's run it, and then we'll again come back to the program. Let me deploy it. Even I delete my previous contract. So now you see here. So you get something like this. You get something like add participant, uh, get participant, and SL participant. So this we actually do not require here. So in this case, you see, I do have add participant. I expand that And if you find out, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 boxes according to this function. So I put up key as 100 here. Name I keep issue. Age I keep 101. Phone number I keep it 1234. Email I put it issue. Course enrolled I say here blockchain. Fees paid, because this is boolean, so it can have only two value, true or false. So I put up here true and click on transact. So you see here a green button. That green button is what? That green button is, in this case we can say, this is my indication that I am able to successfully execute that. Okay, but only writing part. What was my key? What key I entered here? What key I entered here? What was my key value? What key I entered? 100. 100 I entered. Okay. Now I put this 100 and I click on call. So now if you see, maybe once I can magnify this. Say I'm not able to see your chat. Just give me 2 minutes. So now you see. Now you see here. I got value into this case. Here you see issue 101, 1234, issue BC, for the blockchain, and 2. So total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 1. Now you think of something with the help of roll number or with the help of a key. I am able to see all those values. So you see, why the name is given as mapping. Mapped. What we mapped? We mapped roll number with the student detail. We mapped employee ID with the employee details. We mapped Aadhaar card ID with the Aadhaar card details. We mapped PAN card, driving license, or you can see n number of things here. So that is the beauty of mapping, where you want to create your own key value. That time you use mapping here. You do not want to go with the 0, 1 kind of indexes. You want to have your own value for the key. That time you utilize mapping there. So in this case, you see, again, let's come back to the program. So first we created a structure. Structure name we have taken participant. We combined 6 values here: participant name, participant age, participant phone number, participant email, and courses enrolled. And finally, we do have something called as fee paid. If you see the data type, so one is string, one is unsigned integer, one is again unsigned integer, string, and boolean. We came across two functions. One is write function, one is read function. But before that, we had the concept of mapping. Mapping is a keyword. You start with providing data type of key. So it's not necessary every time you take unsigned integer. Maybe you can take string also. So entirely up to you how you want to take it. So we have taken data type as key. For this case, this is unsigned integer. Participant is what? Participant is the data type of value. What I have taken here, I have taken structure here. Structure name is participant. And we have this kind of a symbol in between, like this. So we declared this also as public. Even you do not want to do that also, you can go ahead. See, you can see this variable. This is actually a variable only. What is the name of the variable? What is the name of the variable? All of you. What variable I have taken for mapping? What variable I have taken for mapping? SL participant. SL participant. That is my variable for the mapping. Okay. Once we have taken up this, then what we have done, so this same value, if I want to see it like that, 100, I call it. So there also you can see. So instead of having function, you can directly see from the variable also, but it is better to have the functions. It is better to have the functions there. So you can see all the values which I can see. And also, let me try to add one more here. So instead of 100, I put 200 as key. Name I change it to ABC. Age I change to 200. Phone number 4567 or whatever I entered here. Email again I change up. Course enrolled I keep it same and true. Click on transact. One value I take it 300. Make it XYZ 300 something random XYZ XYZ. This I keep it same. Okay. Now how many values I entered here? Now how many values I entered here? 3. How many values I entered here? 3. So now let's start with the same section. Are we able to see it or not? So let me try 200. Done. Let me try 300. Done. So for the different values, you have the things with you. So we have it for functions also, we have it for the variables also. So in this case now, if we just, try to figure out what we have done with the function. I come back. Okay. Okay, I again zoomed and now it is not coming back. No, it's fine. Now in this case, you see function name. See, I'll copy this from here and let's go back to our Word document. See, in this case, what is the name of function? What is the name of function? Add participant. This I keep it like this. Add participant. How many parameters I am passing? Number of parameters. 7. Number of parameters 7. So 1 for key, 6 for structure. Okay, this we have done. Now, then we do have something like this. We do have something like this. So in this case, what you have added, this is your mapping. Mapping is always accessed through the key with the help of square bracket. Then we have what? Dot operator. Dot operator with the variable name. So accordingly, we have done all the 6 values which we are assigning. Okay. And you see, if I am not wrong, just give me a second. Mapping array. Okay. So yes, we will be starting with the functions also. So whatever, your remaining concepts we do have, so that also will get clarified. And also what I'll do when we are done with the functions, I'll come back and, come back to the same programs so that we can again discuss whatever is left with us. Okay, we have done, we understood the smart contract life cycle. Then we came across how to check ABI in the bytecode. The commenting also we understood single line and multi-line comments. This is the table. Now you see from this integer we covered up. Boolean we know this is true and false. Bytes we normally don't use in the case because this is already being replaced by address. Not replaced, I'll say. We got a better version that we have seen with the address. String we have done. Enumerator we have done. Structure we have done. From address, the balance we have done, but not the transfer. So this, I believe we will be doing today. Integer, Boolean, bytes, enumerator, structure, address, mapping also we have performed. Okay, now let me come to array. Now let me come to array. So now what is array here? The next concept that we are doing today, this is array. So array is, an array is not, it's like not only solidity, it's present in C also, C++ also, Java also, Python also, and multiple other languages. So this is something that is very common everywhere. Okay. So what is array here? Array is collection of same type of elements. Okay. Similarly, let me compare the structure also. So while understanding this, let's discuss what is structure. So structure you have done. Now structure is also collection of different different data types, different data type or different type of elements. How I am saying this case? So you remember, revise the last time the last example which we have done for the participant. So in the participant, we have numerical data also, we have string type of data also, we could have boolean also. So whatever you want to, you can make a bunch of the same. But in the array, you do not have that possibility. You can just make a something like, you see, a table like structure. What is a table like structure? So you make collection of different elements. So what is the case, or when do we use the array here? Suppose I want to store 1000 names. Okay, 1000 names. So do I need to take 1000 variables? No, not required. What we can take it, we can keep one variable. We can provide a range. So range will be 0 to 19, 999. So why I have mentioned here? Because when we talk about the index value, or we talk about the positioning, so index value always starts with 0. So now you see why I have taken 999, because ultimately total is what? 1000. Similarly, if I say that I want 100 elements, so range will be 0 to 99. 10 elements, the range will be 0 to 9 here. So always the range will start with the 0. Okay, so how this indexing helps us? Let's say I take example of this element. I just add one more value. So does not look it like that, but I make it a indexes here. So if I'm saying index starting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So total how many elements? With this example, just I have 6 elements. So let's say I keep the name as name. So now this is also being represented as square bracket. Okay. So if I talk about, this is my name A, I'm just trying to insert some value for just my example, and we will see through the program as well. So I have these names. So now if I want to access E, if I want to access E, what would be I writing here? Name, square bracket, and what is the index here? 4. If I want to, with the same example, if I want to access A, what will be the index in that case? What should I write? If I want to see the first, the A alphabet, what will be the value I'll give? Name 0. So we will be putting up here name 0. Okay. What is my element? Same way I ask one more question. What is my element for name 3? What is my element for name 3? D. D. So that is my value here that we are taking up into the same case. So you see overall what we are doing, array is a collection of same type of element. Now, when I say same type of element, I cannot do it like that. Okay, this is string, this is numeric, this is boolean. No, we are not allowed to do so. The structure we are allowed to do, but in the array, we need to keep the same type of elements. And now you see, we do have indexes here. With the help of indexes, we can change the value. Okay. Now, in the mapping, you have a key value pair. See, mapping, you have a key value pair. In that key, you are allowed to take any key. So you can start with 100 also, you can start with 0 also. But in array, you do not have a such option. So next time, let's say you are inserting one more value. So what will be the index for the same? In the same array, if you are inserting one more value, what will be the index for the same? 6. 6. 5 plus 1 is 6. So that we will see here. Now let me come back here. So we see here. So rather than this, let's do the example which is given to us into the exercise mapping we have done. Now let's come to the student, and I open my remix as well. So I'll take the same code from here. So I open my same document. I'm just replacing the content. Okay, let me make a zoom here. So let's see it carefully. Now what do I have? Pragma line for the version. So you can specify the older version as well. It's all up to you how you want to do. Contract name is student. Now you see how to take a array. How to take a array. So can you see a square bracket near to the string? Can you see a square bracket near to the string? Similarly, a square bracket near to the unsigned integer. So this is the method how I am taking the array. So now my name is also an array. Age is also an array. Both of these are acting as a array. That is fine. Now I do have two functions here. Now one function you can see this is write function. One function you can see this is read function. And in the case of read, we find out the return there. And that return is enough for us to indicate that this is a read function. And this is my write function. Okay. Now, in the case of array, we will be coming to a inbuilt function. Now, what is that inbuilt function? Inbuilt function, that is push. What is that push function? Push is used for insertion of data. Okay. Now, when we are seeing this insertion or when we are seeing the push here, now in this case, you see what I am doing. My function name is set student details. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. What this thing indicates? I have selected something. I have selected something. Tell me what it is indicating here. What it is indicating here. Anything regarding values? See my selection here. See my selection here. What I'm selecting here. What I'm indicating here. Data type with variables. No. What answer? Not at all. So yes, that is the same thing. You remember the case that we need to take the values from the user. So whenever we do have function argument, that time we are taking the values from the user here. See, in this case, what do we have? So always remember, I'll write up in this notebook as well. So what I'm stating, whenever function name is having parameters or you call it arguments, parameters, it shows that you are taking value from the user. Value from the user at the time of execution. Okay. So now here also you see what values we are taking up. We are taking values for what? Name and the age. And in the case of name and age, we are using what? We are using push function, and push is meant for the insertion of the data. Similarly, read function. Now there also you see, we are taking the index value from the user. Let me run it and then you'll get more clarity about this. I go to the deploy section, click on deployment. I expand this. Now you see, can you see the boxes for both function? Can you see text boxes for both function? All of you? See, I have one box here also, one box here as well. It means now you see this was being justified, parameters here also, parameters here as well. So I am supposed to provide values inside the function. I delete it here, I close it, I expand my first function. Now you see, first is name and age. So I put name as my name, age I am putting 100, click on transact. Transact means insertion is done. I expand second function. It is asking index. Now what is the first index of array? What is the first index of array? What is the first index? 0. 0. So that we just gone through. So I put up here 0 and I call the value, and you can see whatever I have inserted here, issue and 100, that is automatically appearing. Let me put one more name here. So I put up here same. I go with what will be the next index? For the second value, what will be the index? 1. I put up here the same value. So now you can see those values here. Similarly, you do it multiple times. Uh, I am putting it one more. I'm doing it here in the case. And similarly, I come up with some random values I'm putting up here. And you see now, whatever value I'm putting, that I can go through. So I'm trying index 4. See, what I tried index 4 here, and then I try index 5. So I do not have anything on index 5. See, listen very carefully. I do have one, well, how many value? 0, I have value. 1, I have value. 2, I have value. 3, I have the value. 4, I have the value. So total 5 values I have. I do not have sixth value. So I'm trying 5. Now you see into the logs. Let me expand it like this. Now I click on 5 and I call it here. Now in this case, what do we say here? What do we say here? We see a error. Now you see the transaction has been reverted to initial state. The called function should be payable. So this is something, by default message you are getting up. But in this case, you see why it is not being, why we are having this revert case, because we do not have the value and still we are trying to access. So overall, what you see into this particular program, we have taken two array. One is of string type, one is of unsigned integer. So whatever values you want to take in that particular variable, you are allowed to take. In this case, we had two functions. One is write, one is read. For writing parameter, we have used the push, and for returning the data, we have the same return value. Now you see here one more thing. Now in the return, you see what you're returning? Two values. What is that? Name of index and age of index. And index is the same thing which you pass to the program. Index is the same thing which you have passed to the program. Now you relate with the certain things also. All of you see this because this we have not seen earlier. This variable, and this variable. Is it same or different? Which I have marked. Underscore index, same or different? Same. So this should be same. If it is not same, you will not be able to work. Similarly, you see here when we are talking about the data writing, this you see one, this you see second. Let me do it again. I'm talking about name, I'm talking about age. So can you see here as well this name and age? Can you see here name and age? So this is also same. So slowly we'll get about the functions as well. Okay. Slowly we'll get about the functions as well. As of now, you just make your observation. What are the rules for the function? We'll go through. Correct. So I hope you got the clarity of the array. So let me come to the next example now. So after doing the array, is it done? Let me come to see the variable we have already did multiple times. So you see, we do have here the variable as data that we are having up here, just a write and read function. So variable is something that is a name given to a storage location. So let me again come up with a definition of the same. So what do we have? We have variable. Although this definition we have already clarified. So this is name given to storage location of value. So we normally write it like, let's say unsigned integer, salary equals to something 10,000. Now in this case, you see What is my variable in this case? What is my variable in this line? What is my variable in this line? I have written this. So, which is my variable here? Salary. Salary is my variable. Unsigned integer is data type, and salary is variable, and 10,000 is bid. Okay. Likewise, we go ahead with the other things. Let's say string, and I take it message equals to hi. So in this case also, message is what? Message is my variable. Now, this variable we divide into three categories. Basically, the categorization is important now. So you need to cover this carefully. Now, what we are dividing up here, we understand the variable, but now we are making a category. So variable is divided into three categories. What is my number one? This is known as state variable. Second is local variable. Third is local variable. Third is global variable. Okay. Three categories I am making: state, local, and global. So what is the difference between these three? So one definition we see, and then we come to the example. First, we'll write the definition. Now, in case, what is state? Defined outside the function. Okay. Define outside the function. I'll explain this with the example. Local variable defined inside the function. Okay. Then we have something called as global variable. The value is given by language. The value is given by language. Okay. Language. So I have three definitions as of now, but we do not know anything about this. We need to see examples for this to testify the same statements. But as of now, what we know, variable is having three categories: state variable, local variable, and global variable. So state is defined outside the function. Local is defined inside the function. Global is the value is given by language. Now, coming to the same concept, I think we have one example for this. Let me see. So now let me explain you with the example what is state variable and what is local variable. So I take a case here, and this is, I think I'm taking two. All right. So let me paste it directly. I close this. I change this version to 8. This is very old now. Now you see here, I do have a contract name, solidity test. I have taken a variable that is stored data. Okay. That is stored data. Similarly, my stored data value is 10. And then you see, I have some other values as well. So I have taken other three variables. One is A, one is B, one is result. A's value is 10, B's value is 20, result is equal to A plus B. So basically addition of two numbers. What I am returning here? Result. As simple as that. Very simple program, nothing we are doing. Now if we see this definition which we have written here. So right now we are talking about state and local variable. I put my definition here and read here. Okay, now you see this. Now with the same definition, can you identify which one is state variable and which is a local variable? Can you see, can you identify with the help of this definition, which is state variable and which is local variable? Try to read it and identify. So store data is state variable, perfect. And AB is the local variable. Very good, very good. So we have identified like what? So it has said that state variable is defined outside the function. Function is only one here, that is get result. So this is store data. Similarly, in this case, you see, I do have three variable, that is my local variable that is defined inside the function. Okay. So now what is the difference between these two? What is the difference between these two? So what I try to do, I make one more function here. Okay. I make one more function here. I change the name to get try or anything you can take it. I'm just taking a random name. And then you can see here, now, then you can see here what I do with the fact here. I make this value, I delete everything from there. I delete everything from there. So what I am returning here, what I'm trying to return, what I'm trying to return here, state variable or local variable? What I'm trying to return here, state variable or local variable? Local variable. Perfect. But can you see there is an error coming up? Can you see there is an error coming up? Why there is an error? Why there is an error? So let me try to change this to store data. That we have one more variable. Now this is local variable or this is store data unsigned pure returns. Just a second. So it is saying reads the environment of state that requires view. So we just need to change it to view first. See, I'll give you one more time. So you should not have the same confusion. See, in the case of result, it is giving me an error. So this I am trying to, or I'll say here, trying to access local variable. This is one case. This is giving me an error. Let me comment this line. Okay. Then I try to return stored data. Okay. Now in this case, you see this is state variable or this is local variable. Stored data. Stored data is a local variable or state variable. It's a state variable. Let me put up here state variable, right? Now in this case, you see, what kind of what kind of story we are making. And let me keep it simple for you because you have not gone through the constructor. Just give the values like this. Yeah, now this is simple. Now you see what difference we are making up here. So you see here, state variables are allowed in allowed throughout the program. Throughout the program. So wherever I want to use, I can use that. Local variable allowed only inside same function. Only inside same function. So now you see here. So all these three variable A, B and result. This is not recognized outside the function. This is only recognized inside the function. So this is the difference between what? State variable and local variable. I come again. So state variable is what? Which is defined outside the function and that can be accessed throughout the program. One case. Local variable that is being defined only inside the function and is being recognized only inside the same function here. Now in this case you see, do we have what we can call up here? Do we have, can I use here result in any sense? I cannot. Can I use store data? We can. So the same example we have seen with the same perspective. Now, in this case, you see get try function cannot access result. But get try function can access the store data there because this is my, I say here, this is my state variable. This is my local variable. And this is also my local variable. This is also my local variable. Correct? I hope now you got the clarity. See, global we have still not covered. Now, have you got the clarity of state variable and the local variable? As of now, if you want to know, View is used into the case of read function. Pure is used into the case of calculation. And we do have other forms as well. But as of now, what you can remember, so view is used when your function is lying in the category of read data. Pure is used in case you have computation. Okay, but I'll elaborate more about this. Okay, identify here with this is which is state variable or which is state variable, which is state variable. I think only one variable we are using here, that is height, and that is state. See this program once, only one variable we have, and that is state. Okay, from this, I think same kind of example, and I have taken the same only. So we have A, B, and result. These all are local variables. Now, next one I come up here. This is my global variable. Now, what is global variable? This we need to understand. And what do we see here into this case? So, global variable is what? In this case, we see here. So, global variable is whose value is given the uh, by the program. Now, I can show you an example. Yes, let me show you one thing. A simple program I'll make up here. So I take it address data type. I take it my at, and I'm using one global variable. So that is not being defined by me. This is by the programming language. Message dot sender. Okay, message dot sender, and let me make it public as well. See, one simple line I'm doing up here. Now you see I delete everything from there. Now what I do here, see what I have done in this code. Just I have taken one variable, that is my address or my ad. This is of return type. This is of data type address. And what visibility factor I'm keeping up here? This is public. Okay. Now I have taken message.sender. Now if you see this table, message.sender, this is what it is returning, sender of the message. Now let me show you. So this is actually known as your global variable. So we do have multiple global variable. Now one of the global variable we are trying, that is message.sender. So this comes into the category of global variable. Now what do we do with this? What we are getting up here, yeah, one in place of the value. Why? If you see the definition states that the value is given by language, so we do not need to do anything, but we see what kind of value we can see. I am, see all of you, there is an account option. I am copying this address. Why I am copying, you'll get to know. I am copying this address, pasting it here. Now I click on deploy button. Now you see I have the same variable, that is my address. I click on this and let me copy this as well because this is very small. So I'll take up in the document. Now you see this is same or different. This is same or different. Same value I'm getting. Let's try one more time. I change it to second account. I again click on deploy button. I do have one more contract. I go with this and copy this address also. But I forgot to copy from there. I copy this also. Okay. Now tell me, same or different? Same or different? So what is happening with this message.sender now? So whatever account, listen this very carefully, whatever account I am using for deploying my contract, that address is being returned by message.sender automatically. Again, I repeat, whatever account I use for whatever account I use for deploying the contract, the same address is being returned by the language. And that, how it is happening, it is happening with the global variable. And which global variable we have taken? We have taken message dot sender. So we have not done anything. It is already fixed there. Language is supporting us, Solidity is supporting us, and we are running the same. So sometimes now the question arises, why do we require this? So sometimes you want to know that which account has been used for deployment of the contract. That time you can come to the same story. Now, we will have some more examples where we will see some conditions we can apply on to this. So we have multiple scenarios where we will be using. So as of now, at this stage, what we will be remembering. So one of the example of global variable is message.sender, that is capable to return me the address of what? Address of the deployment contract. Correct? I hope you got the clarity of the same. I hope you got the clarity of the same. So now next is the case of conditional statement. Now what is conditional statement? So when we were doing for the Java, so that time also we have the same concept, conditional language, or no, conditional statements. So same example I'll take up here. So what is that? Now in this case you see, so this is based on some if else case. What is if else case? If rain, then I'll take umbrella. Else, no umbrella. Else, no umbrella. So we have certain conditions, and depending on that condition, we have the execution. We have certain condition, and depending on that condition, we have the execution here. So now you see this example, we have two methods. One case you see, all of you see here, we'll do example later on. So in this case, you see, I have a condition. If input is equal to 2, then what is the value of A? That is 1. Else the value is 0. Else the value is 0. So for example, I am stating input is equal to 7. So what will be the value of A according to this logic? What will be the value of A? If my input is equal to 7, what will be the value of A? 1 or 0? 1 or 0? Why 0? Why 0? Because we are entering inside the else case. So you see either this happen or either that happen. And the both cases depend on a condition, and condition is given as input equals to 2. Second method. So same thing, I can do it with one shortcut method also. So what is that shortcut method? So you see here, this part stands for condition. This part stands for if the condition is true. This part stands for if the condition is false. See what we are taking up here. So let me try to convert the same. Same thing if I try to convert. So my condition is input equals to 2. I have question mark as a part of syntax. A equals to 1. I have colon here, A equals to 0. So now you see, have I converted correct? Have I converted correct? So you see your first portion is condition. Then you have question mark, which is meant for in case condition is true. I have something called as colon, that is for the false case. Let me try one more case. I say here, you try this same example. If age is greater than 18, we say adult. And this is if case. If If case is adult, else case is not adult. Okay. Now, can you try both the things? Yeah, this is a good example because we are doing it with the both operations. Yes. Mhm. See, in this case, contract team, we have taken something called as conditional. We have taken a number. This is num1. Okay, now you tell me, this is state variable or local variable? One is state variable or local variable? Num1 is state variable or local variable? State, outside the function. Result is also state variable. Function, we have taken something condition. We have one value. It means that we are taking up from the user. Now in this case, you see, what condition we are putting up here. If number is greater than 100, result is true. If the number is not greater than 100, result is false. So you see, result is what? A Boolean data type. Second case, you see, now you can, so we, in the fundamentals, we discussed about that. In a same program, I can have two contracts also. So what is my second contract? Ternary. What I am taking up here? Number one. And you see here, condition is mentioned here. True part is mentioned here and false part is mentioned here. Let me, I delete my older contracts. I'm deploying the same. Now you see, when you're deploying, you get two options. All of you see very carefully. Maybe somebody could be new to this. So in this case, you see, when you have multiple contracts in a same program. See, I have two contracts here. One is conditional, one is ternary. So you need to see this drop down list. So now can you see two options? Now can you see two options here, conditional and ternary? So first I have deployed conditional. Then second I need to shift and click on deployment. So now I have two things. One is for conditional, one is for ternary. Now I expand this, I expand this. In the condition, it is asking me a number. So I put up 99. What should be the result according to this? True or false? What should be the result for this? 99 I'm entering. True or false? I click on transact. I click on results. So this is my false here. So number one, less than 100. Less than 100. So this is false here. Even if I do it for, let's say, do it for 500. I click on transact. Now the value is true. Now the value is true here. Same thing I would be able to do with the case of ternary also. So if you see, the working is entirely same. What is the difference? In one line we can finish this thing. Here we need to make a separate logic where we do have if part, we do have else part. Now here you see, for if you have a separate parenthesis starting and ending. Else also you see you have a separate parenthesis starting and ending. So this is which one you prefer. This is entirely up to you. You want to go for if else, you want to go for ternary operation. This is entirely up to you. Correct? Have you got the clarity on the conditional statement? So you see, this is all about if and else case. So we have two methods to execute the same. So one method, we go with the if part, we go with the else part. Or the second method, we write in a single line, that is my ternary operation. So in this program, we just have checked that whether the user is entering a bigger number than 100 or not. Mohan, otherwise we can do nesting as well. There is nothing like that. We can use it for nesting as well. So there is not such like we cannot do nesting. Nesting is also allowed. No, Sanjeev, it is not possible. So these both are the individual, or I can say independent identity. But yes, one case we can do that. If we have the inheritance, that time we can exchange the data. That time we can exchange the data. So in that case, it is possible. Otherwise, no. Yes, Mohan, we can do the nesting using this ternary. Lavanya, inheritance we still need to cover. So we will cover that. So don't worry about this at this stage. We have not covered it as of now. See, right now, if I deny on the things and later on you will see that is possible. So that will be a wrong statement. So that is why what I'm telling. With this concept, this is possible, but that we need to do it at the later stage. In the case of nesting, Lavanya, when I say here, so this is something inside the if, you have one more if. See, inside the if, you have one more if. So you see something, some kind of a structure, what I am making up here. We have one if else, then we have one more if, and now else, you see it like this. Then I have else for this. So this is nesting. Now you see how many if else you can see into this case. So we have, this is one if else, this is one if else. So if inside if, this is nesting. This is nesting. So you can take an example like I go with the case. If age greater than 18, if I see here gender male, gender is male. So this is one of the condition you can see. So both the conditions should be satisfied. So accordingly, you are having some cases. So when you want to create multiple dependencies, that time you use the nesting. So we have already done the conditional statement where we talked about if else case, and you were good enough to change it to a different pattern as well. Now we will come to another thing, the another logic, that is iteration. What is iteration now? Iteration is loop statements. The loop statements means I want to do some criteria, or I want to execute few lines multiple times, as we were discussing in case of Java also. Uh, yeah, this is fine now. So in case of, you see, in the Java case also we were discussing that we want to repeat certain statements, and we know that we do have three things, three methods. One is the case of, we can say, for loop, while loop, and do while loop. Okay. And in all three cases, we'll look for three further parameters. What are those parameters here? The parameters are, number one, initialization. I hope you remember it. Condition, increment, or decrement. Okay. Increment or decrement. Lavanya, I just started. So I'm just saying here in this case, what do we have? We want to have the loop statements. Now in the case of loop statements, what we have three types of loop: for loop, while loop, do while loop, and we'll speak about initialization, condition, increment, and decrement. Yes. Now in this case, when we come to the looping here, so we say here what is loop, or what is this categories we are coming through. So you see here, when we require to do certain things multiple times, I have a statement. Let's say I want to run it 100 times, 40 times, 30 times. So that time, rather than copy pasting the same, I can do what? I can come to use of the looping statement there. I can use that perfectly. Now we'll see some examples and then we'll come to that. But first of all, what we should have either which one we are using, for loop, while loop we are using, or we are using do while loop. In all these three cases, one thing or three parameters which are very common, that is what? Initialization, condition, increment and decrement. Okay, now let's understand everything with the example here. So we will be, so actually the three things we'll do from three loops just to understand the syntaxes and everything. Okay, let me take it here and we come to this. Now you see the first case. Now you see the first case. I have one contract that is for loop. Function one created. Now you see here. Now you see here, I just copy paste this thing here. I commit like this. Now in this case, you see what is initialization. First of all, what is initialization? So we are seeing one variable that is common in every three line, all the three line, that is sum. So sum I initialized with 0. After this, you see what is my condition here? What is my condition here? So sum you see, in fact, you come up with the case here. If we see I we have taken, I is starting from 1, I having a condition less than equals to sum. See what condition I am taking? Less than equals to sum. And if you see I plus plus. So last time also I told you that when we say I plus plus, so that means that is a shortcut for I equals to I plus 1. If I write I minus minus, what does this shortcut stands for? If I write I minus minus, this shortcut stands for I equals to I minus 1. Okay. So you write it like this or you write like a shortcut. This is entirely up to you. So you can go with the shortcut. So everyone uses the shortcut only. So now in the statement, if I come to what is my initialization? So initialization is I equals to 1. What is the condition here if we see? The condition is I less than equals to sum. What is my, okay, what I'm using, increment or decrement? What I'm using, increment or decrement? Increment or decrement? Increment. How do we know? Because this is increasing the value. So that is my I plus plus. So these three things we have used here. But why we are using? Let's go back to the program. Now in this case, what I am trying to do here. So I want to calculate the sum of first natural numbers. What is natural number? So maybe in the mathematics you have gone through. So now let's say user has entered the value. User has entered the value. And what value the user has entered here? What value the user has entered here? So this is being entered as, in the case of what I say, this is equal to 15. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to do something like 1 plus, rather than taking 15, I take it 5, just for a easy example. What I want to do, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So this kind of a result I want. What I want this kind of a result. So what we did here, we started I with 1. What condition we have kept here? I less than equals to, and let's say I am keeping the value for sum equals to 5. So now you see I equals to I plus plus. So you see, all of you listen this carefully. So first time, what is the value of I? First time, what is the value of I? First time, what is the value of I? 1. 1. So the condition is true or false? The condition is true or false? Condition. Check the condition. Check the condition. Condition is true or false. So for loop will be working. So if the for loop is working, so now you see this is written sum equals to sum plus I. What is the value of sum initially? What is the value of sum initially? Check the line number 5. What is the value of sum there? 0. So now the value is sum equals to 0. What is the value of I? What is the value of I? I equals to 1. I equals to 1. So 0 plus 1 is 0 plus 1 is 1. This is my, I call it here first case. Okay. So this is my first case. Let's take example of second case. I equals to I plus 1. What will be the value of I? I equals to I plus 1. What will be the value of I? 1 plus 1 is 1 plus 1, 2, 2. So now I do up here. 2 is 2. Now if the condition is true or false, see, the condition has become now 2 less than equals to 5. This condition is true or false? This condition is true or false? True. True. So it means it will be again executed. What is the value of sum now? What is the value of sum now? Last time, what was the value of sum? That was 1. That was 1. So 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. Similarly, now I is increment to 3. See, in this case, I was equal to 1. In this case, I was equal to 2. In this case, I is equal to 3. I equals to 3 here. Now, in the case of 3, you see, sum is equal to 3 plus 3. That is equals to 6. Similarly, you see, next time also, I is equal to 4. Sum is equal to 6 plus 4, that is 10. Okay. Now let's say my condition has become I equals to 5. I equals to 5. This time it will be executed or not. Condition is true or false. My I is equal to 5. The condition is true or false. The condition is true or false. True. True. So we'll still execute that. 10 plus 5 is 15. So now you see here. Next I come up here. So I is equals to 6 now. Now in this case you tell, will I'll be calculating the sum or not? The condition is true or false? The condition is true or false? Condition is false. Condition is false. So when the condition is false, the loop will be executed. Loop will be exited. Okay, so now in this case, you see, if you one more time, if you see, so we have taken what? Initialization. What kind of initialization we have taken? So in this case, you see, what we are seeing or what we are discussing, we do have a loop statement. So loop means doing something repetitively. But how do we decide that this will be, how this loop execution will be executed? So loop will be dependent on a condition. Here we have taken what we assume that I is being starting from 1. I's condition is something called as a less than equals to 5. 5 I have taken that I have entered as a user. Here we have the incremented. So one by one we assume that how the values are working. So this case the loop will be executed 5 times and we will be able to calculate the sum of natural numbers. If I equals to 4 and 5, we have taken 6 and 10. Lavanya, it is increasing the increment here. See, sum we are dividing. Last time, what was the value of sum? See, 3 plus 3, 6. 6 is what? 6 is your sum. 4 is your I. Because you see, it was sum equals to sum plus I. So last time sum's value was 6. 6 plus 4 is 10. Similarly, the same logic has been applied here as well. Last time, what was the value of sum? This was 10. What is the value of I? This is 5. 10 plus 5 is 50. Correct. So this is, you see how we are working with the for loop. So in any case of the loop, so you see here, if I come to the while loop, if I come to do while loop, in all such cases, what will happen here? In all such cases, my syntax will be different. And ultimately, we need to provide the same three things. One, initialization. Two, condition. Three, you need to decide either it is increment or it is a decrement here. See this example. See this example. Same thing. What is increment here? Not increment. What is initialization here? See, this line number 15 is initialization. This one. This is my initialization. Which variable you are using for controlling your loop? You need to see that. I is being used here. I is being used here. So that is being initialized as 1. Okay, what is the condition here? What is the condition here? This is increment, Anushalini. What is the condition here? On which we have the dependency. See the condition? See the condition? So you see this is the condition for me. Line number 19. Okay. Where is the increment line? Where is the increment line? 18. Line number 18. Correct. Okay. Similarly, see this one now here. Where is the initialization? Point out the line number to me. Point out the line number to me. Initialization. 26. Correct. Condition. Where is condition? Condition. 27. Increment 29. Correct. So you see here, this is my increment, this is my condition, this is my initialization. Just we have different syntaxes. You can try whichever you want. This is entirely up to you. So you see, just give a refresh to what we have discussed. So this is the case where I want to repeat something. Okay. So in that case of same set of statements, I want to run multiple times. Just think about a loop here. Loop means, let's say, I'm having this. So I'm starting from this, going this, coming back. I'm just moving it like that. Okay. So something called as a, I have a circle. I want to, rebound onto this. So this rebounding is possible, but you need to decide how many times you want to rebound. So how you can decide? You should have one, you have three methods. You can choose any one, whichever you like. You can go for loop, you can go for while loop, you can go for do while loop. Second, then you need to give a ruling, one ruling agenda. How or how many times I need to round, how many times I need to rebound. So that you give up with the three cases. One, initialization. Second, condition. Third, the increment or decrement. So when I say decrement, so at that time we will have a logic where we will be doing something I equals to I minus 1. But as of now, we are incrementing the value. See how I can do the incrementation here. Maybe you see here, I have something called as starting from 1, condition is having till 15, and I am making is equal to I plus 2. That is also possible. Now this is increment or decrement? Am I increasing the value or decreasing the value? Am I increasing the value or decreasing the value? Increment. Let me give you example for decrement. Let's say I'm starting from 15. My condition is 1 and I am doing I equals to I minus 1. I'm doing it like I minus 1. So in this case, you see what I'm happening with this. So you see I equals to 15 and I give it like that I less than equals to 1. Not or maybe accordingly what I want to have it, it should be go to the 1 here. The value should be 1 here, and ultimately I'm doing a decrement. I'm decreasing the value. That is the case of decrement. So you can decide how you want to make use of your loop statement. You want to first see, first what you will decide. First case, okay, which loop I'm choosing. which loop I am choosing. Then I am designing it into the form of increment or decrement. See, you can start from 1 to 15 also, or 15 to 1 as well. It is entirely up to you. That you will decide. And then you will provide three things. That is initialization. Then you will be giving the condition. And after that, you will be providing increment or decrement. Okay. I hope you got the clarity onto the for loop, while loop, and do while loop. See this here. Also, one more time we see here. Okay. Come to the for loop. Tell me what is initialization here. Let's do one more time. Let's do one more time. Try to do it. What is initialization in case of for loop? Try to identify, all of you. Try to identify. I equals to 0. Perfect. Perfect. What is condition in this case? What is condition in this case? 50. Less than equals to 50. Correct. What increment we can see here, right? So in the single statement, you have everything. And that is why, sometimes for loop is preferred for the same reason, because in single statement, we have all the things. Let me come to the while loop. Where is the condition? Yeah, this is important. Now let me ask you, what is the condition here? What is the condition here? Condition. What is the condition here? This one, inside the while. Inside the while is condition here. Okay. And if you can see here, this is increment or decrement? This is increment or decrement? Decrement. How do we know this? We can see this minus minus 1. And if you see the do while loop now, do while loop, what do we have? The condition is again written inside the while. And if you see, this is also decrement for us, and that is b minus minus. Right? Let me mark it again. This is everything that we need to see. This is condition, this is decrement, this is decrement, this is condition. And in both these cases, initialization is not written in the example, but it might have done earlier. In both cases, initialization has not been written here, so it might have done earlier. But ultimately, you see the agenda is same only. I want to have some rebound kind of thing into the case of statements. And when I am able to do that, that way I need to control how many times I need to move ahead with the same reason, right? Have we got the clarity of the looping? Have we got the clarity of the looping? All of you. Please repeat condition, initialization, and Lavanya, see in this case, what we have done, this was my condition here. This was initialization. This is increment and decrement. In the case of while loop, this is my condition and this is decrement. In case of do while loop, this is my condition and this is decrement. Okay. And in both these cases, in example, initialization has not been shown. So this I mentioned because it has taken, half of the snippet of the program. So in both these cases, we do not have the initialization vector. So now you see, let me just do a quick revision what we have done so far. So you see, since yesterday we have gone through data type, integer we talked about, and after integer, we came across, after integer we talk about boolean as well, and today we have seen some examples for the same. String we know, enumerator example, that pizza thing we did. Then we talked about structure, library contract there. Then after that, after structure, we have moved to mapping. In the mapping, we did example of that participant one, key value pair. Today we started with the array. Array, we have taken example of name and age. And after array, we have also done the case of what is state variable, what is local variable, what is global variable. For the global variable, we have seen that message dot sender. And let me add address also here. So address data type also we talked about. And just a second. After this, we have conditional statements. In the case of conditional statements, we spoke about if else and ternary operation. Then we have the loop statements. In the loop statements, we spoke about the case of do while and while, do while, and the for loop. Okay. So this is our basic part is done. Okay. Now we'll, yeah, we still have time. We have 20 minutes. So we'll start with the case of functions now. Okay. So after this, when you have the function, so you will be able to know everything in your program. So let me start with the function. The first thing, why do we need that? So function is something, especially in the Solidity, a majority of the features are controlled by function only. How? See, if I need to do some, I want to take value from the user. I cannot take without the function. If I need to print something, I cannot do without. No, Lavanya, we still have 20 minutes. We still have 20 minutes and we do have limited thing. The syllabus is already being divided. So don't worry. Obviously, we'll not finish it today. We'll do some basic concepts. Now, in this case of function, what do we see here? So why do we require this? So one factor is reusability. So one example I'll give, you see multiple example. In case of array, is there, or in case of you see, if I'm coming to the same program, do I have any kind of restriction on me that how many times I should click on the sum, this addition number you see, this is addition number. This is one of my function. This is one of my function. Do I have any restriction that I can run it only one time? Is it like that? I can run it on only one time? No, we do not have. We do not have such thing like here. We can run it multiple times. So you see here, in case of function, we got up that we make the things one time and use it multiple times. So likewise, we say it here, when I make a house, when I'm owning a house, so this is my one time investment. Then I do not need to pay for rent or something on the monthly basis. So similarly, you can think of a case that this is your one time investment and after that, you're allowed to use it multiple times. Okay. But now you see the case of function, clearly see this. So this is the whole scenario where we are focusing here, where we are focusing here. So first of all, you see what is common everywhere. The keyword function, how you recognize is, it is a function by the keyword function there. Okay. Then after that, you divide your portion into two options. See this case, this and this. What is written here? Function visibility and state modifier. So let me come to this case. So in the case of this, you see here, in case of function, I need to concentrate on what things? One case, that is function visibility. Okay, function visibility. Second case, that is state modifier. Okay. Now, when I talk about these things, function visibility, this is further divided into four categories. One is internal, external, public, private. Okay. Okay. Which one you have seen in your programs as of now? Can you recognize any term? Which one you have seen in your programs? Internal, external, public, private. Which one you have seen? Which one we already used? Only one we have used, not all. We have only used the public. We have only used the public there. We have not taken any another example. I'll specify why not. State modifier. Now, state modifier is of three types: pure, view, and payable. Which one you have seen already? Which one you have already seen in your earlier examples? State modifier, pure, view, payable. Which one you have seen? Only two. Only two. Which one? That is pure and the view. Pure and view. Other this payable we have not seen. Let me come back to any program. Now let's see this line. Now let's see this line. In this case, you see, in this case, you can see only public here. What you can see? Only public here. Let me open this also. There also you can see public here. Now, to understand the function, listen very carefully. To understand the function, we have 7 terms: internal, external, public, private. 4 terms plus 3 terms, pure, view, and payable. Okay. Total 7 terms we need to have a clarity. Then we will come back to the function. Then we will come back to the function. So what I'm trying to say here, first case we see, first case is what? First case, rather than jumping directly on the function, we'll go one by one on the examples for internal, external, public, private. Then we will shift to what? Example for the pure, view, and payable, so that we can actually, make a difference. Okay, how this is different from this? How this is different from this? Now, to understand these all terms, there is one more concept here, that is inheritance. Okay. See, we are not covering everything, so don't worry about that. And whatever I am teaching now, that I'll repeat also. So don't worry on to this. So now you see overall what is our agenda, what we are, concluding something. We need to understand function. To understand function, we have some 7 terms, that is internal, external, public, private, pure, view, and payable. Okay. Once we understand this, because we should know, okay, I am making function, but which one I need to apply? I need to use public or I need to use private? I'm not aware about that. I need to use pure or view or payable. I'm not aware about that. So to understand these all 7 terms, before this, what do we require? To come on one more term, that is inheritance. Okay. Okay. So we have, sorted our mind. This require, this require. Now let's see what is inheritance. So at the time of Java also, I give this example. Inheritance is something like a real life scenario. In the real life scenario, what happens, at least in India, parents' property is transferred to child. Child's property is further transferred to grandchild. Let's say I take an example. Parent is having house 1. Parent is having house 1. That is being given to, if everything goes well, that is given to child. That is house 1. So by its own earning, child has also owning a house. House 2. So total how many houses with the child? Total how many houses with the child? 1 plus 1, 2. 1 plus 1, 2. Okay. Let's say, let's come to the grandchild now. Grandchild will be getting how many houses now? Inheritance only. Grandchild will be getting how many houses now? Let's say he is not building anything. How many houses for him? 2. 2 houses here. So you see here, house 1 and house 2 is being directly given to like this. Okay. Another case I asked there. So this chain is like parent to child, child to grandchild. So is it go otherwise also? So grandchild will be giving the property to child and child will be giving to the property to the parent. So is it happening here? So very rarely if somebody is doing that. So, but in the ideal scenario, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. So you see, this is unidirectional, one-way direction. What is the direction? Parent to child, child to grandchild. Okay. This is something, a normal concept, but how it is related to the program now? How it is related to the program now? Have we seen any example where we have multiple contract in a program? Have we seen any example where we have multiple contracts in a program? Have we seen any example? Yes, we have did something like this for loop only, where we had the three contracts. Conditional statements, we have two contracts. Okay. Now you understand something like this. So I'm saying contract one. Listen it carefully. Contract one is having two variable and one function. We are not naming anything. Okay. And then I apply inheritance there. And because of the inheritance, I have a contract two that is having three variable. See, let's say that we go it individually first. So I have one program. Just imagine here. So I take this example like this. We want to initiate with the same. So I have one program that is having two contracts. Okay. So one contract is having two variable, one function. Second contract is having three variable, two function, right? So this I imagined here. I have one program, two contract, first contract, two variable, one function, second contract, three variable, two function. Okay. Then I apply inheritance between these two. So now can you tell me what will happen with the contract two? Can you tell me what will happen with the contract two? Any changes? What will happen with the contract two? Can I say some upgradation? Can I say some upgradation there? Yes. What is the upgradation there into this case? 2 plus 3. Now this will be become 5 variable. 1 plus 2 is 3 function. Okay. So now in this case, you see, so someone of you were asking that how these two can communicate. So with the help of inheritance, we can make sure that this can be workable enough. Now let me show you a simple example because we have very limited time. So I delete everything from there. Okay. Or yes, I'll delete everything from there. Okay. So you see what I'm doing. So I make it this. Let me call this as parent. Parent. Let me make one more contract. And I name it child just for my easy reference. And this is, you see, can you see here? Can you see here my line number 5? This is keyword, is keyword, uh, is keyword, is used for, is keyword, is used for making inheritance. Okay. Now let me show you a very simple example. So I take a variable here. Let's say we take up here unsigned integer public a equals to 100. Okay. Then let me take one more variable in the second contract. Unsigned integer. I'm declaring it public also. Okay. Why I'm declaring public, that we'll discuss later on. That I'm taking b variable. Okay. So now you tell me how many variable and how many functions into the case of my SPTX line is not given here. So this is just a warning. Maybe that is okay for me. Okay. Now you tell me contract one is having how many variable? Contract one is having how many variable? One. Contract two is having how many variable? One. Okay. But we do not know anything about inheritance. Now let me execute this. So I go to the parent first, deploy. I go to the child second, deploy. I expand these two and let's see the magic. Let's see the magic. So can you see this? Can we see some changes here? Can we see some changes here? Do I have A inside the child? Do I have A inside the child? No. But how I am getting it? How I am getting it? See like this. Saksham, let me open magnifier here. but after that I'm not able to see your chat. Okay, but we can wait for 2 minutes. See, see here, parent is having variable a, child is having variable two variable, that is a and b. If you click on a, so you're getting 100 here. If you click on here, a is again 100, b is equal to 200. So this is the beauty of inheritance. So you see, you can actually use one's variable or function, stream any variable or the function you do have, that you can specify over here. Okay, so this is very small example we have seen for the inheritance. And how inheritance is being enabled, how we enabled the inheritance, what we used here, what something new you have used here, what is something new here, is keyword, is keyword. So that is what we can say here, that is where we are using the inheritance here. So why we are understanding this inheritance, that again I'm telling you, ultimately we need to focus on this, where we have 7 keywords. But for understanding what is the difference of these 7 keywords, it is necessary to know what that is inheritance. Okay, now now from this, let's say just one question, one simple question. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, let's say I have two contract. One is car. Let me come here and write so that you can see from this. One is car. One is vehicle. Okay, this car is my child contract. This is child contract. This is my parent contract. Okay. Can you make a line? How should I declare the inheritance? Basically, something like line number 5. Can you make a line how I should make the inheritance for both the contracts? Try it. Line number 5. Try it. Line number 5. Basically, I want, because the ultimately what matters, how you are using it. Contract, car is vehicle. Yes, car is vehicle, car is vehicle. Perfectly, perfectly done, perfectly done. This is all about today. As of now, what we can say, we only understood that we have certain keywords for the function, that is comes into the two category: function visibility and state modifier. We have been introduced with the concept of the inheritance, and we know that next time, the third session, we will be entirely focusing on to the finishing of the function, because this I'll see that this kind of clarification is very much required. So we would be able to cover two concepts together, one function and one inheritance, with the help of these 7 keywords. So today, what we have done, we started with the array. We have come across the state variable, local variable, and the global variable. Then we have seen onto the case of what we can say, the conditional statements, loop statements, ternary operation, if else statement, for loop, while loop, do while loop. So that we have covered, and function, just we had a brief onto that part. So what we have done so far with the solidity. So in the case of solidity, we have covered most of the things. Now we should start with the case of the functions. And once we are done with the functions, then we will come back to the object oriented interfaces, the concept of OOPS. Okay. So I believe I started with some of the parts for the function, but so now let's come to the functions here. As of now, we know that functions are meant for what? Functions are the case we say here, this is used for the reusability. So reusability means we can say that one-time investment. So we created once and executed multiple times, right? So in this case of functions, especially with the solidity, when we talk about, we do have two parameters. One is function visibility. Second is function modifier. Now, what is function visibility? So we divide this function visibility into, we can say, four parameters. One is internal, external, public, private. Okay. Similarly, when we talk about the function modifier, in case of function modifier, we say we are dividing this also into three categories. One is pure, view, and payable. Okay, pure, view, and payable. Now, in this case, you see, when we are covering these seven things, 4 plus 3, before that, we should know about inheritance also. Otherwise, we will be missing some of the concept. So, we had understood the same as well, but I'll just have a revision. So, we had something like a parent child relationship. Now, in the parent child relationship, what we say, a contract can be inherited with, or I should say, through another contract. So we'll see this because by definition, we have already cleared this. Now let's start with the case of internal, then we'll come to external, public, and private. Okay, let me open a exercise. Okay, I have opened. Just a second. All right. So we have done the array, we have done this also. Now this is case of function modifier. This will do later. Okay. Now let me open a brief cases here. So now first what we are exploring, come back to this tree. We will talk about public first. So already in our examples, we have seen multiple times using the public, but we never understood what is the actual meaning for this. So let me come back to my remix. I open this here. Okay. Now you see here in this case, what do I am doing here? I do have this pragma solidity. And then you see, I have two contracts. Okay. Can you tell me which one is parent, which one is child, or which one is inherited? I think from the name also you do have a clarity for the same. How many contracts you can see here? I do have two contracts. This is my contract one. This is my contract two. So this is parent. So this second contract is being inherited by the first contract. The second contract is being inherited by the first contract. So you see here, what do you see? What do you see here? We have some functions, we have some variables. So now in this case of variables, in case of these variables, what do I have? I have one variable name, I have one variable ID. Then I have a function here. And if you see, now you see we are talking about functions. So let me copy this and paste it here. Let's segregate the things to understand. Now in this case, you see, this is a smaller functions. Function, the first thing is a keyword. It means given by the language. Get ID is the name of function that we have taken it. Just you need to always remember, don't take spaces in between. As in, so what I'm trying to say, you should not take it get ID. This is not the correct method. We are not allowed to take the spaces here. Then I have this keyword that is public. So public is one of the visibility factor that we were going through. Let me open the same slide where we do have the function syntax. You see here. In this case, you see, what do I have? I have this visibility, one of them is public. Now, in the case of public, you see, so public is something which is relevant to inheritance as well. Okay. So what do I mean by the inheritance? So whatever we are doing, we'll compare it with a table. So I'm writing, I have four things. One is public, private, internal, and external. Okay. Internal, external. Delete column. This is done. Now you see public. Public now what we see, what we can do with the public, return ID. See, this view will do it later on because this is part of our second story, that is state modifier. First, we are discussing what? Function visibility. In the case of public, what do I have here? Now, when I say public, I'm using it the same here. Second contract, you see, it is also having one function, get name. This is also being declared as public. Right now, we are not talking about view, returns, and everything. Okay. Function we have public here, public here. Similarly, can you see this variable? This is also being declared as public. This is also being declared as public. So in total, you see, in total, how many variables I have in contract one? In total, how many variables I have in contract one? Yes. How many variables I have in contract one? Three. Three. One is being declared as public. In this contract, I do not have any variable. Now let me execute this. All of you see this. Maybe one of you are seeing it first time. So I have two contracts, parent and child. In this particular example, I click first parent, then I click child and deploy it. Now in this case, you see deployment is done for Lavanya, we have just taken three variable for the example. Let me explain it fully, then you will understand that. Now in this case, you see how many functions are or how many variables we can see. I'm coming to the parent, just match up the things here. Function is public, that is get ID. This you can see. What is qualification? What is qualification? It's a function or variable. Qualification is a variable or function? Variable, variable. Okay. Now in this case, you see, in this case, you see, you do have what? This is being visible for the reason it is being declared as public. I have not declared name and ID as public. That is why it is not visible outside as the part of the execution. This is one of the part. Okay, now come to the child contract. What you can see here and match this. What you can see here in the child contract. What you can see here, child contract. All of you, child contract, what you can see. Why we are having three things here? Inheritance, inheritance. How? You see, get name is the only function that is being here. Get ID is being inherited from the parent one. Qualification is being taken again from the same class. Why not name and ID is coming? Because these are not declared as public. Correct. So this is our first thing. So let's summarize what is happening here. Now you tell me, help me with filling up the table. Now, first case, I do one more thing here, insert columns to the right. Maybe I put it at public here. Okay. Now, in this case, tell me visibility from visibility at the time of execution. Visibility at the time of execution. Public, true or false? Visibility at the time of execution. True or false? Is it happening? You have seen it. True, true. Okay. Second case you see inheritance. Inheritance is allowed or not? By declaring the public, inheritance is allowed or not? True or false? Allowed. Allowed. How it is allowed? See, I have declared this function as public, and for the same reason I can see it in the child contract as well. So now two parameters we have taken. One, that visibility at the time of execution is there or not, inheritance is there or not. So this is the case that we are putting up here into the same scenario. Correct? Till now we are good to go. See, when we talk about these four things, function, visibility, we know that these are being divided into four categories: public, private, internal, and external. Now in the case of public, private, internal, and external, we are dividing these with the two factors, that is the visibility of the execution and the inheritance. So now let's say you have four options. According to your choice, you will decide which one you are using. You want to use public, you want to use private, you want to use internal, you want to use external. So this table we are trying to understand with the execution. Correct? I think public is clear to all of us. Public is clear to all of us. Two functionality, very simple to understand. So I'm just taking, see, we are going through the same example, right? We're doing the same example only. So let me see it, and I could find the error as well. Yes. Now let's see, let's explore this particular contract here. In this case, you see, I do have first contract, the same parent, name and ID. But what change you can see here? Earlier, we had this particular variable declared as public. Now we declared it as private. Okay, one part. Similarly, what you can see with the function, public is converted to private, public is converted to private. So what changes we have done from the previous program, that variable we shifted from public to private. Then function also we shifted from public to private. Correct? This we have done. All right. Now moving ahead, let's see the difference with the case of execution now. I delete my previous contracts. I deploy my parent contract. I deploy my child contract. Parent, can you see something? In parent, can you see something? No. Second case. In child contract, can you see something? Any function, any variable? No. Okay. So now answer me on this table. Visibility at the execution allowed or not allowed? Visibility at the execution allowed or not allowed? If I am declaring my function as private, can I see it from the execution? So no. So I am writing false here. Okay. Now tell me with the inheritance. Inheritance is happening or not? Inheritance is happening or not? Can you see something into the child contract? Let me go back. Can you see something into the child contract? No, I can't see anything. So this is also what? False. Okay. So now you tell me, in case you have a requirement of using, I say using inheritance, what would you prefer to take? Public or private? If you have inheritance into the picture, what you will take? Public or private? public. One case is clear. See, now in this case, I can see some three contracts just to understand this. Now in this case, you see, I do have one contract that is parent. Can you see this? This variable is being declared as internal. This is being declared as private. So I'm using all the combinations here. In this case, you see, I'm using what? Child contract that is being inherited by the parent. Then the last one, this you can see one more contract that is function visibility. Okay. Uh, do you think any inheritance we are doing here? Do you think any inheritance we are doing here? No, nothing. So it is a separate entity. So we are not having uh, any inheritance, any kind of category of inheritance here. In this case, you see, I have contract one as a parent. Name, you can see this is given. The program is like inheritance itself. Lavanya, we have total three contracts. So these two contracts, parent and child, this is into the inheritance, but this is not inheritance. So you can see that total I have three contracts, three contracts. Now out of three contracts, two contracts are linked with each other with parent-child relationship, that is inheritance. One I have that is not related. This is my third contract. The name is given as function visibility or anything you can take it. Okay. Now you see, our agenda is to understand the working of internal there. In the case of internal, what do we see? I'm just doing it like this so that we can see the throughout the program. What else we can do? Shift this also. Okay. Now you see this, the things that we need to note here. One case you see, we have one variable declared as internal, one variable declared as private, function declared as private, function declared as private, and the last one, this is being declared as internal. Okay. Now, this is the variable which we can see here as well. Now, let me do some changes and then we can see it. See, we'll do some changes into the same program, but before that, let me deploy parent, let me deploy child, let me deploy function visibility. Let's come to the parent contract. What you can see in the parent contract? What you can see in the parent contract? Nothing. What you can see in the program? Nothing. Okay. Child contract. What you can see? Child contract. What you can see? Child contract. What you can see? Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Let's see the third one. What you can see with the case of this third contract? Nothing. So now try to fill the table and just try to understand these things. First case, visibility of execution, true or false? Visibility of execution. Can I see something from the outside? Can we see something from the outside? No, no, it is not allowed, right? It is not allowed. So I will be writing here no into this case. What thing we have done here, get id is a function, get name is also a function. You see this, there is a variable that is also being declared as internal. This is a variable that is being declared as a internal. And if you see into this case, we do have one more thing to be noted. I changed this to Qualification. Okay. Can you see this? Qualification is declared as private. Qualification is being declared as private. Now, let me try do one thing. I try to return qualification here. Qualification. And what is the string here? So I'll be converting this to string memory. Okay. 2 times and put use. Yes. This is the thing which I want to relate here. Return ID. Yes. Now we are sorted with this. Okay. Now in this case, take a note here. Yes. So internal is name. Let me show it again. Internal is name. Get ID is private. Get name is private. Now you see this return name. Name is a variable. Name is coming from which contract? Name is coming from which contract? Parent or child? Parent. Parent. Okay. So am I getting any error onto this? Am I getting any error onto this? No, no. So now you tell me, can I say that inheritance is allowed or not? Inheritance is allowed or not? Visibility not allowed. Visibility not allowed. Inheritance is allowed or not? Inheritance is allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Not allowed. Oh, sorry, allowed. So what should I write up here? What should I write up here? Execution not allowed. Inheritance allowed. Okay. So now you see this is, ma'am, variable ID would also be allowed, right? Since it's internal by default. Yes, Ashwin, that also we can use. See, this is name here. So in this, because of this, name is allowed to being used here. It is being given as internal. That is why I'm allowed to do the inheritance here. And also you see, this is obviously this is a normal thing. That is why I'm not trying to explain you. But in this case, if you compare these tables here, 1, 2, 3, what what difference you can see? If you need, uh, can you relate it now? Why since beginning we are using public? Can you relate by why since beginning we are using public? We want to see execution. Correct. Correct. Last one is left, that is external. Mm, Meanwhile, you can use this example also. See, we have discussed public, public, private, internal. Once we're done with the external, then we'll come up a comparative analysis. So I'm just deleting extra spaces so that in one go we can see the entire program. See, this is basically the same program. Let's identify where we do have external. Okay, now you identify what we have changed. What we have changed. Where you can see external. Let me do it like this also. No, not this. What you can see. Parent function, get ID is external. Perfect. So any other changes we could not see, just we had one thing that is external. And also remember this, there is my notepad. So when we talk about, we have four visibility factor: public, private, internal, and external. So when I talk about the variables, when we talk about the variables, we have only three visibility. That is public, private, and internal. So what do I trying to say? There is no external for the variable. Even we can check that. So I try to declare it external. So you see I'm getting an error. Read the error there. Read the error here. So maybe the screen is very small. So you can see this is the expected identifier but get a external. So one thing, we cannot declare any variable as a external. So this external is only meant for functions. So maybe I can write with this function and variable. F and V I am writing. F and V, this is also F and V. This is also F and V. And this is only F, that is function. All right, now let's come to the execution part here. Now the case of execution, you see, parent is this, child is this, function visibility is this one. Now in this case, you see, get ID, just we need to test here. So let me deploy all three functions again. Parent, deploy, child, deploy, function visibility, deploy. Parent, expanded, child, expanded, function visibility, expanded. Okay, now you see, get ID, you see. Are you able to see it from outside? Are you able to see it from outside? Are you? Yes, we are able to see. So I'm writing it true. Okay. Are we allowed to do inheritance? See the execution and then let me know. Are we allowed to do the inheritance? Can I use it in child contract? Lavanya, as of now, what we have done, only this function we declared as external. Also, what I added in the variables could not be declared as external. So external is only property of the functions. Now, in this case, you see what we talk about. In this case, we come up with the factor. When we executed it, we are able to see get ID also. So I was asking the first question, the visibility is allowed or not? So the answer is yes. Inheritance is allowed or not? The answer is yes. So now you match public and external. Do you feel there is some difference here? Match public or external. From this table, do you see any difference here? Or is it same? Do you feel it is same or it is different? Variable not applicable. This is one difference. Okay. Anything else? Yeah. There is one more parameter. What is function calling from outside? Okay. So this we need to understand. Answer I'm already writing with you. Allowed, allowed, and allowed, or maybe true to I should write here, just a case. Okay, but we need to understand what is this. So I just wrote one more difference here, that function calling from outside, instead of outside, I should write here inside. Now let me show you the same thing with one more example. Okay, now you see what I am doing with this. Where is my marker? This is very interesting to understand. You see here, see this line. What I'm doing with this. See this line, what I'm doing with this. To understand this, let me just revise one more concept. I believe I covered in Java also and earlier as well. That in the case of function, we have three things. One, function definition, or I should write first function declaration, function definition, and function call. Okay, we have three things. Function declaration. Ashwin, let me complete it, then I come to this. Before, finishing the concept, we will not be at the position to understand it. Okay, see, we have three things here: function definition, declaration, and call. What is this? So let me pick a function for understanding here. This is a function. I have taken two functions here. See only this line, still this selected part. See this yellow line. This is function declaration. What do I mean by the functional declaration? Where I take the name of function, where I fix out the function visibility, where I fix out this function modifier, where I fix out some return and other statement. So this particular line is what? Function declaration, giving the names and everything. The remaining part, let's say I am ending up my function here. So let me mark this as a different color. This will be, let's say, this color. So this is function definition. Function definition, what exactly I'm doing inside the function. What exactly I'm doing inside the function. Function declaration, giving the name, parameters, and everything. In the other case, you see, we do have what? We have definition. Correct. Now, what is the next case? The next case is function calling. Now, what is function calling? As of now, we were able to call our function from outside only. Any example we have not done where we are calling the function from inside? Let me elaborate. Let me elaborate. Uh, see this line. See this line. What this function is this one. See, this is this function. So when I say calling, calling is calling is always allowed inside the function by just writing the name of function. Okay. Now in the case of this, you see the what is here? Get ID I do have. Let me change. Let me change this. I show you one interesting thing, but be very attentive to understand this. I'm changing this to public, for example. Okay. And now it is fine. Okay. Now you see, I'm going to the parent contract only and deploying it. I run this. What you can see here, what you can see here, how many functions? How many functions? Two functions, du and this is your get id. Let me click on the du. It is giving me 32. How 32 is coming? I'm clicking on du and how 32 is coming? How 32 is coming? Okay. Calling what? Calling what? It's calling another function, that is get id. Correct. Very much correct. So you see, du is calling what? Get id. Get id is returning what? Id. Id is equal to 32. That is why I'm getting this value. Okay. Now, when I change this to external, when I change this to external, I am finding a error here. When I'm changing this to external, I'm finding a error here. Now you see, this in the case, like this is written here, get ID is not visible at this point. So why I'm not able to do it? Now can you relate it? Now I'm not able to get it. So when I say the calling inside the contract, allowed or not allowed? Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed, not allowed. So now let me come to the table again and we see here. So that is why this is being declared as false. So this is the main difference between public and private. And one we can see here, external cannot be declared as a variable. So you see function visibility allowed in public only and the external only. Inheritance is allowed in public except the private part. Private, internal it is allowed, external it is allowed. Function calling from the inside, it is allowed here 3 and the last is 4. So now when you have this discussion, only then you can decide which one you need to take. You need to choose public, you need to choose private, you need to choose internal, or you want to take it external. Take a minute and see this table and then we go ahead. All right. So now this is to understand. We have understood internal, external, public, and private. And according to your requirements, you can choose, you're allowed to choose anyone. So nobody is judging you, basically. Come to the modifier now. So we have three here, pure, view, and payable. Okay. So first we are trying pure in view, then we'll come to the payable. And you see, payable is something that we need to understand carefully. So that is why with a simple example, so you see here, my contract name is money. My contract name is money. Address, I have taken a variable. I think I should take it something relevant. Address, maybe I'm writing it add one. This I'm changing up here. Add one. Okay. All right. All right. So now our agenda is to understand state modifiers. State modifier. This we are dividing into three categories. One is pure, one is view, one is payable. All right. So two examples will do because this is a good concept. Now in this case, let me come to the first part, payable. Now in this case, you see contract name is money, address is a data type, add one I have taken and I have copied, one of the account address. See, deployment section, if I go, this is basically I copied one of the address and same I have listed here. So I'm just doing it one more time, be on a safer side. Okay, then I do have a function, and what function we have? That is get money. Function is get money. Then you have public, and finally you have payable. Okay, now in this you see line number 7, all of you see line number 7. I told you there are three things: function definition, function declaration, and function calling. Function calling. Okay. Now from this, tell me line number 7 relate to what? Line number 7 relate to what? All of you. Line number 7, is it definition, is it declaration, or is it calling? Declaration, definition, or calling? Only declaration. Only declaration. So when you are doing this payable thing, I should shift it here. When you're doing this payable thing, always remember function will have only declaration. No definition is required. Why? No definition is required. Because this is given by Solidity to us and this is self-sufficient. What is self-sufficient now? So I'll show you one of the magic of the Solidity. We have another function also. See, we have another function also. The name is given as transfer money. We are taking it as public. I'm using again that keyword. Payable is a keyword again. Payable. And putting inside this add one. What is add one? What is the value of add one? What is the value of add one? Add one. I have copied the address. It is a variable. It is a variable here. You remember we were talking about two properties, transfer and balance. You remember when we were discussing our address data type. We spoke about this address data type. Now, in this case, you see address data type. So we have transfer and balance also. We have transfer and balance also. Now, in the case of transfer and balance, we left it that time. We left it of doing that time. So now same we are doing, using it, and let's try to understand this. So my payable point is, my payable is address one. What I want to do, I want to transfer which address? Another address, balance. Okay. So slightly we are not getting these terms, but let me change one more thing here. I copy the second account address. So this I'm writing, even I'm writing here, second account's address. Second account's address. Now, in this case of second account address, in the second account address, what we are doing up here, we'll close this. Right now, I'm not talking about other contracts. We'll discuss it later. Only money contract we are seeing. So I will be deploying it and let me see it. Now you see. So I got two functions here. One is get money, one is transfer money. One is get money, second is transfer money. Get money is having red color. The reason behind, because this is payable. This is declared as payable. So a different color given by the Solidity here, that is red color. Transfer money is a normal function. Okay. Now in this case, what I wanted to do, Lavanya, address one is just a variable name where we have saved one address. So I'll show you what is the usage of the same. Right now we are at the first contract. We are at the first contract. Second contract it is not a function, that is why. Yes, it is not a function. It is just a variable. Just a variable, a normal variable that we used to take. Now in this case, I write up here 100. Okay. I write up here 100 and click on weigh. See, earlier we have never used this value section, 100 and weigh, and click on get money. Click on get money. Can you see some value here? Let me zoom it like this. Can you see some value here? Something into converted into ethers. Can you see it on the top? On the top, I click on transfer money now. Now you see we go to the fact. In fact, I should do some large. Mm, let me try it. Just give me a second. So I'm making it 50 ether. Ether. Click on get money. Now you see this will be more interesting. So you see 50 ether. I click on transfer money. I go back. Control Shift. Let me refresh my remix. I'll show you this execution one more time. Mhm. See, code, we'll see it later on. Money. I clicked on deploy, one thing. Two functions we can see. The two function is get money and transfer money. Get money is coming red color because this is being declared as payable. Payable requires no definition. Okay. Now to run this, what I'm doing up here, I'm running my contract with first contract, first address. In my program, I have written second contract just for a reason. Okay. Now you see there is a value section. Earlier we have not used this value section, but now we will use. So I'm writing 50, changing this unit to the last one, that is ether. So ether is further divided into Fine, Gwei and Wei. So smallest unit is Wei, but we are doing it with the ether. Now once I have this value 50 ether, I click on get money. So we can see this 50 ether there. What I'll do, I'll open magnifier here. Magnifier. Now I come to this. Okay. Right now I cannot see the chart. Just give me a minute. Once I execute it, then I'll come back. Now I click on transfer money. So what you can see, balance is zero. Transfer money, but where is the money now? Where is the money now? I'm closing this magnifier. Where it is. Now in this magnifier, it's done. So we have transferred money also. So see from this. See these account addresses. Now let me know what happened here. Which account, which transfer? Which account, which transfer? So can you see the amount is being transferred from first account to the second account? Can you see the amount is being transferred from first to the second? How it is done? So what we are doing with this program? What is happening here? So we have two functions. One is payable. Another is a simple function. I'll write the name here. Oh, payable get money. So my function name is get money and transfer money. Get money is being declared as payable with no definition, with no definition. And transfer money is a normal function. So what is happening with the payable? Listen this very carefully. So payable allows a function, allows a contract to receive money. Okay, allows a contract to receive money. Transfer money is doing transfer of money. So what I have done in this program, first you see account one. basically which I am running. Account 1 to account 2, amount is transferred. Account 1 to account 2 is transferred. But we have an intermediate in between. Who is that intermediate? Smart contract. So now you see, maybe I'm calling it buyer and seller, just for example. So buyer has to pay to the seller. Buyer has to pay to the seller. So first it is sending the money to the smart contract. After that, smart contract is sending the money to the receiver or account. So you see, account 1 sending the money to smart contract. Smart contract is sending the money to account 2. Now, the part up here, account 1 to account to smart contract, this is being done by get money. Smart contract to account 2, it is done by transfer money. It is done by transfer money. So you see here what kind of work we are doing. I again repeat. Two functions we have: get money, transfer money. Get money is being declared as payable. Get money is responsible to make smart contract able to receive the money. And you see, we are having a balance kind of a thing here. This balance is coming. This balance is balance of what? It is a balance of the smart contract. Once I transfer it, then I can see into the back into the picture as well. I again do this. Is smart contract also an account? Sanjeev, it is not an account, but it can hold the money. And this is the beauty of the solidity, the blockchain, that our program can receive the money. Now you think of, do we actually need a human intermediate? Can we replace it with the program? Do we actually need a human intermediate now? No, we do not require. We do not require it. We can change it with a smart contract. That is why the name is given as smart contract. So you see this line, how it is happening. Payable does not require any logic. So by default, it will be able to have the execution. So by default, you will be able to receive the ethers. Second option. Second, what we are transferring here. So from this to this, from this to this. So this you see, understand this here. Whom we need to pay? Whom we need to pay? Add one. Add one is second account address. From how we are, from where we are getting the transfer? From this balance. This means current one. This means current one. Current means where I am doing the execution. I am doing the execution at the first contract there. Now, in the case of first contract, you see when we are doing this execution, it is automatically picking up first account address balance and then transferring it to add one. What is this? This here, this is smart contract here. This is your own personal smart contract here. Anshuman, does smart contract support fiat currency when used as a reason? No, 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 Anshuman. So it will be done into the ethers only. So one more time, you see this one. See why I'm repeating it again, because I know that this is a newer concept here. First, we have taken a variable add one function. We have taken get money. Another function we have transfer money. This function we declared as payable. And second function we declared here transfer money. Payable, what we are doing, we are paying it to address one, that is our second account. We are getting the money from the smart contract. So before running this, get money should be executed. And you see, let me show the deployment again. Now in the case of deployment, you see, I have get money. So to receive the money, we put up ethers, let's say 50 ether. I click on get money. So now you see I have a balance inside the smart contract. So this particular is having this balance. Then I click on transfer money. I remember a story, even you can search this. So one of the person, he raised a fundraising smart contract, fundraising for some noble cause or something into cryptocurrencies. And what he did a mistake. He forgot to put a transfer money function in his logic. He forgot to put his transfer money logic. So people actually paid to him. They paid it to the, paying the amounts and everything. But he could not, till now, he could not retrieve that amount just because smart contracts are immutable. Nobody is allowed to do the changes or anything over there, right? I hope now the execution is clear to all of you. Okay, let me come to the view now. So in the case of view, you see here what we are using whenever we are having read function. See, this is very simple. Pure view, pure and view are very simple. So when you see, we are making the categories of the function. What are the categories? Uh, what are the categories of the function? So if I do have read and write functions. Read write functions means that I am only reading the data. Write is I am putting some new value. So now when I have these categories, so when we have view, view is only meant for read functions. Pure, pure is used for computation. Let me explain this. Okay. Computation, where state variables are not changed. I'll explain this statement. Come back. Let's see the view case. I have a contract parent. I do have, this is the same thing we have taken. Now you see here. Now you see here. This function is doing reading or writing. This function is read function or write function. Yes, this function is read function or write function. Read function, read function. Let me try, I just comment this. I try to do this like this. String check, check is just a variable, and where I want to put a high. See, this is being declared as view, but what I am doing, I'm trying to insert a value here. I want to make a write function. So I'm getting an error for the same. In case I delete view from here, in case I delete you from here, and I do not need to write return on anything. I do not need to write anything written or any part of that. See, we are not allowed to any kind of write operation, but I wanted to show you one more thing here. Yes, we can understand with the pure and then we come back. Then we come back. All right. Can you identify state variable and local variable from here? We did this concept, I think, in the second session or something. Can you identify what are the state variable and what are local variables? See this program. See, ID is state variable, qualification is a state variable, name is a state variable. Okay. In the pure function, you see this is A and B. This is given as local variable. Now you see, now you see what I'm doing with this logic. What I'm doing with this logic. Can I say addition of two numbers? Can I say addition of two numbers? Addition of two numbers. Okay. What I'm doing with this third function? Just printing a value that is happy. Let me quickly run this parent contract, deploy it. Now you see, now you see what I'm doing. I'm taking values from the user. I do it 10, 20, I call it. So this is giving me the value 30. Get ID is a function. Happy is a function. So I'm just having the value as these strings here. So you see 30, get ID and everything is written. So now let me come to a conclusion. We read about state modifier. Three things we covered. Number one, payable. Payable is meant for receiving ethers or whatever amount is inside smart contract. Second, when I say view is used for read functions. Then I come with the pure. Pure is used for computation where state variables are untouched. Last, the question arises, write function. What to do with the write function? Do not use state modifier. So this is all about what modifiers here. So you see pure view and the payable. This I come up here. So you see there, it's the same example again. It's the same example again. There what you can see, you can return A and B and you can see the value. In this case, you see, this is the, okay, this is read function or write function. See this example, read function or write function. Read function. Payable we have already done. Inheritance I have explained you. Okay, so I think this example is a good to go for you, but I have one more example that I will be showing this. Why I have asked you to do this, because this we have already done, but that time, functions clarity we were not having. So this part as of now we are leaving modifier because this concept we need to understand. But before that, if you see the program, I have a contract, name is given property transfer app. Then I do have a variable. Variable is of address type, declared as public. Value is given as message.sender. That means it returns me who is executing the contract. Correct? Am I right here? Message.sender. Message.sender, it is giving me the value who is running the smart contract. Okay. Now you see I have a structure property. How many variables we have taken into this? Counted. How many variables we have taken into structure? 5 variables. And in the 5 variable, one is ID, name, honor, value, and area. Okay. After that, we start with the mapping. Mapping we already understood. The main thing that we need to see functions, because when we were doing this mapping, that time we ignored the function entirely. But now you see here, what is the name of function? What is the name of function? Add property. Now you see this is read or this is write function. This is read or this is write function. Read function or write function. Lavanya, you were disconnected or something? Okay, so I just explained here that in this particular program, we are leaving this part, only modifier. I'll explain it why. So this program we have already done. Structure we have, in this structure we have 5 variable. Mapping we have taken. Now you see this function part. So this I'm explaining. Now in this case of function, you see the name of function is add property. Then I ask you to recognize this is read function or write function. So how do I know that this is a write function? Any indication to you? How do you know this is a write function? Which state modifier we are using here? What is the function visibility here? What is the function visibility here? Function visibility. We are not using any modifier. Now you see in this function, the name is add property. And then you see, you are taking some parentheses and you have values here. Do you remember these values are meant for? Do you remember these values are meant for? Taking input from the user. Taking input from the user. So this is my write function. Second function you see, okay. How do you know this is a read or write function? First you identify, then give me the reason. Let me mark this and then tell you. First tell me this is read function or write function, and then tell me how do you recognize this? How do you know this is a read function? It returns view. Perfect. Perfect. See, this is, you have the view here. This is your identification here. Okay. And correct, correct. Now, let me come to the third function also. See, we should have a detailed discussion onto this, but I want to identify that have you got the concept of the modifier and the case of, this visibility factor, and which visibility we are using and why? Which visibility we are using here and why? Public. And see, we remember that public is something that is visible from outside the execution as well, allowed for inheritance as well. But I believe in this program we are not doing any kind of inheritance, so nothing is required. So let me conclude the session here, but still we have not covered the constructor, and the reason is this I want to relate. See, tomorrow what will be our agenda? We need to understand two terms, constructor and user defined function modifier. Okay, but before this, please go through one more time with the visibility and modifier so that you have all the clarity onto the facts. And what we had discussed, if I conclude it here, public, private, and internal, external. So this depends on your choice of inheritance, calling of function, and one more, what we can say, execution from outside. Okay. Then we had pure, view, and payable. Obviously, payable is entirely different here. Pure, view, and payable. In case of pure, this is meant for local variable. I'll write it here, local variable computation. View is meant for reading the function, and payable is for case of when you want to receive money. I'm just writing money, obviously it is in cryptocurrency. Receive money inside smart contract. Okay. Now my last question. Payable is having function definition, yes or no? Payable is having function definition, yes or no? Function definition, yes or no? No, no, correct, correct. So please revise all these concepts here, all those concepts here, and don't worry onto the constructor and the function modifier. Uh, I do not want to rush anything onto that part because you need to digest first the function concepts and then we need to come to the other areas. But once you are done, you're good to go with, it will be very easy for you to understand OOPS related concept as well. OOPS means inheritance, function overloading, constructor overloading. So all these will be related. I'll start where we left. So we were discussing one of the function or one of the program. I'll say that when I asked you to create a structure, and in the structure you were supposed to create some write and read functions, but obviously that was our first try, and that we were not able to do. But maybe few of you were making this code. So let's start from the scratch. So what is our target now? We are going to discuss about entire thing about the functions, plus we are going to understand what is user defined modifier. And similarly, I'll come to the constructor as well. So because we have discussed it in very brief manner yesterday. So this is our session 6. So what I have mentioned, what is our today's target? So we are going to discuss about function modifier, and this is also what we can say user defined function modifier. Okay, now what is user defined function modifier we say here? In this case, I want some kind of things like, you see, I want to put restriction on a function. So for that purpose, what do we use? We use user defined function modifier. We want to do a restriction on a function. What kind of a restriction? So you see in your remix, you have multiple accounts. So that we get as test ethers, we can say, I believe 15 accounts we have. So maybe I want to do one thing. I have a program one. I do have function one. I do have function 2. I do have function 3. Now, in the function 1, I want that anyone can use it. Okay, anyone can use it. Function 2, I want only a only specified account should be able to use it. So same kind of parameter I wanted for function 3 also. So this we will see when we do it practically, we'll get more clarity about that. So now you see, I start with the program. So you see, I just copied the same content from here. Even I'll share the code with you. Now in this case, you see, I do have a contract. The contract name is property transfer app. And what we are taking up here, we are taking a address. The variable name is contract owner, and there we are putting a value that is message.sender. Now we know that message.sender is able to return us the value who is deploying the contract, which account is being used for deployment. Okay. Then you see I have something written which is very new to us that we have not done earlier. Now see here. Now what I'm creating user defined modifier so that I can apply restrictions on a function. This is my agenda, right? Now in this case, so I have named, see, modifier is a keyword. Modifier is a keyword. After that, whatever name you want to give to the modifier, this is up to you. So what name I have given here? What name I have given here? Only honor. Inside this, I'm putting a condition. What is that condition? That what I want, what is required for what? For user defined modifier, that message.sender should equal to contract owner. What is the value of contract owner? What is the value of contract owner? Initially, what value we have given? Message.sender. So whosoever is being used for creating the contract, that person should be able to run the function. See, as simple as that. The account which is being used for creating function, the account which is being used for creating, not creating, for deploying the contract, and I also write here only the account which is being used for deploying the contract should be able to access the function. So this is my target here. And the same I implemented with the what? Same I implemented with the case of what I can say this condition. So you see modifier, this is only honor. What we require here, we require this condition. And you can see here double equals to. Now what is double equals to? What is double equals to here? So this is comparison. We are comparing left hand side to the right hand side. And in the last, you can see a symbol as well. And this is also something new which we have not used. So what we are using? Underscore and semicolon. So this is required at the end of modifier. This symbol is required at the end of modifier as a part of syntax. Now, I have taken the modifier. The syntax is clear to me. Then we come to the structure now. Now, in the case of structure, you see, I do have 5 variables. The name of the structure is property. The variable is ID, name, honor, value, and area. So you see here, ID has been taken unsigned integer, name has been taken string, honor has been taken address, value has been taken unsigned integer, area has been taken again unsigned integer. Okay. Now you see the next one. This is mapping. So mapping, do you remember why do we use mapping? Do we remember why do we use mapping? To map sequence of properties. Yes. So this is what we can say that key value storage. This is data type of key. This is data type of value. So how we related the same. Now in this case, what do we do here? Store and manage key value pair. Correct. Correct. So now you see we have created the mapping. Also the name we have taken as properties. The function we are keeping here, that is add property. This is the name we have given. And you see, I have certain parameters here. Count it how many parameters I am taking here. Count how many parameters I am taking here. ID, name, value, and area. Okay. And if you see on the top, one is ID only. So this particular variable is for key. This particular variable is for value. And here again, you can see value. Here again, you can see value. Now, in this case, you see, we have this thing for property ID. Next, we have taken for name. Next, we have taken for value and area. So, which variable we are not considering here? Honor. Which variable we are not considering here? That is honor. Okay. Now, you see here, in this case, we have used the same parameter, that is for name. ID will be automatically coming. Then we have taken value. We have taken honor here. We have taken here area. Okay, now you see the important thing, and maybe you get confused initially for this. See the line number 25. Okay, have I taken honor variable here in the parameter section? See here, have I taken honor variable in the parameter section? No, no. Why I have not taken? You are taking this value from what? Message.sender. You're not using anything with the name, value, and the area. What you are using it here, you are using it from message.sender. It means you're not asking user to enter the value. Okay. So you're not taking the user value here. What you are taking up here, you're just putting up the values for the same fact. Okay. Now, this function, it is actually your write function where you are taking values from user. And am I using any pure or view here? Am I using pure view here? See this thing, pure or view? Pure or view? No, no, I'm not using. Why I'm not using pure or view? Why I'm not using pure or view? Because this is neither the read function nor it is the computation parameter. And also you see after public, we added one more thing. What is this? After public, you are using one more thing. What is this? Only honor, that restriction that you created with the help of modifier. Okay, we'll see it how it is working. As of now, we just understand. This is my read function now. Now, in the case of read function, you see, I do have query property by ID. And then I have public. We know that why we are using public. View is for read function. Now you see, I just make it a little bit smaller, or now it should be fine, or I'll enter it like this. This will be fine. Mm, 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 mm. Yes, now you see. Now you see here, in the case of function, we do have query property by ID, and we want to have the ID and then user should be able to see the value. Public view, So whenever you have read function, you need to put returns. See, make sure not the returns. There are two different terms. There are two different terms. One is returns, one is return. Obviously, L is small. So this is returns as part of function declaration. Function declaration. Return is part of function definition. Okay, always remember this. So you see here, this is normally used in this return and return. These two things are used in the case of read function. And now you see, I do have a read function returns. Then you need to specify the parameters, what you want to display, what you want to display. What is the data type of name? What is the data type of name? String, string. This is string. What is the data type of honor? What is the data type of honor? Address. So you have given address there. What is the data type of value? That is unsigned integer. Okay, this is given like this. So whatever values you want to return, that need to be specified. And let me come to one more thing. I'll come to that part also. And the last one you see, this is value. Okay, now you see there is a different thing. Can you notice something from here? What I selected? Can you notice something from here? Can you notice something from here? Not address, not structure. See, there is a memory keyword. Memory keyword. This is something strange. How it is strange? Only with the string memory is written. And can you see somewhere else? Can you see somewhere else? No, you cannot see. Now you see why we are putting the memory keyword and why we are not putting for others. So memory means forcefully making a variable as temporal. Temporary. So temporary as in one time use. One time use. So once we have used it one time, we are finishing it up. We are closing it that time. Okay. Now, when we say the same thing, so the question arises why we are doing it. By default, all other variable data types, listen this very carefully. By default, all other data types are considered as one-time usage. Okay, but this is not true with the string. So for the string, forcefully we need to mention the memory keyword. Now the thing is that what do I mean by one-time usage? See, these variables are used as only for the assignment. Now let me show here in the case. So you just want to have display here. So you're having two type of variables. One, actual parameters. Second, one is actual parameter. Second is the case of what I can say. Second is the case of variables that are used inside the function for the data transfer. Okay, for the data transfer. So once the data is transferred, do you still need these variables? Once the data is being transferred to the actual parameters, do you still need those variables? Do we have any such requirement? No, we do not require. So why not we delete it? We do not require it. Why not we delete it? Okay. So for that deletion, what Solidity has done, they have made these all data types by default, what we can say one time usage if you are using inside the function, but not with the string. So for the string we need to forcefully mention the memory keyword. What do we do with this only with string and not other data types? Ashwin, this is about the Solidity. Actually, earlier it was declared with the string also, but the latest versions of the Solidity, for them it is required to mention it the memory keyword. And this was actually being done, this change has been actually being done for handling one of the vulnerability of the solidity. Later on, we can understand that as well. Okay, so we have read the value. Now you see this function, and from this, let me know this is read or write. Read or write, and what we are doing with this. Right, right. What we are doing with this. How do you recognize this is a write function? How do you recognize this is a write function? Changing ownership, changing values. Changing values, we cannot see pure and view here. Nothing is given. Okay. Okay. Now you see how many functions I have. Let's meet this. Function 1, function 2, function 3. How many functions we are using here? 3 function. Okay, you see function 1. Have I taken the restriction there? Function 1. Function 1. The restriction is there. Okay. Second, you see, second function, function 2. Do I have the restriction? Do I have the restriction? No. Function 3. Do I have the restriction? Function 3. Do I have the restriction? No, I do not have. So only one I have the restriction, that other two I am not having. So as of now, you see overall what we have seen in the program, modifier we created just. So as of now, we know that 3 functions. In one function, we have used the restriction, and other, we can say that no restriction. So we need to test everything. And what we are testing up here into this case, no restriction. What is that no restriction here into the cases? Let's do the deployment. And you see here which account I'm using. See, this is my fresh remix. So this is my account 1. So what I'm writing here, account 1. Account 1 I'm using for deploying the contract. Deploying the contract. Okay. Now, when I'm using it, deploying the contract, let me click on deploy, and you see my function is visible. Okay. So we can do it like this. So you can see here, I think mapping also we made public. Where is the mapping? Yeah, this we have made public. That is why we are able to see here. And transfer property is a function, properties. So 3 functions you can see, correct? So which one I should run first? Which one I should run first? Read or write? Which one should I run first? Add property. Add property, right? Because this is writing there. So I click on add property. So you see property ID, I enter 101. Name, I'll say CHT city. Value, I'll take it 1000. Area, I take 100. And I click on transact. So what you can see, successful execution. Okay, we are able to see the green tick. Now same thing, I try with different contract. Okay, I try with different contract. So I shift from account 1 to account 2, and I make it, let's say 102 CHD city 1. I keep everything same, and I click on transact. So can you see this error here? Let me take you from this. Can you see this error here? The cross mark and the error occurred revert. Can you see it? Can you see it? So why you are getting this error? Why you are getting this error? Why your transaction has been revert? Can you identify the reason? Remember, we have what? We have restriction. What was the restriction there? So the account which is being used for the deployment of the contract, the same should be used for the adding the function, but we have not done. That is why we can say that it is not working. Owner is not the current account, message or sender. Perfect. Let me try now other two functions. So my other two functions, do I have the restriction? Two functions, do I have the restriction? Have we used the modifier? No, we have not used it. So now let me come to account one. I click on properties. I make it 101. Call here should be payable. So this ID exists or not? This ID is 0. And what I have entered? I have entered. Just a second. We are getting the values. Query property ID. Okay, so this is actually I have put up the wrong thing here. I'll change this. Query by property ID, I make it 101. So you see here in this case, you're able, okay, this is not the value. This is the actually output. We are getting confused with something else. See, I am able to see the value here for 101 from account 1. Similarly, let me try from account 2 also. So I call the same value. And again, you see my output is visible. So can I conclude that now the same function I'm able to run from different accounts? Can I conclude that same function I'm able to run from different accounts? Can we see? Now what is the, now you tell what is the benefit of using only honor or a modifier there? What is the use of using only honor or a modifier there? What is the use of using only honor or modifier? In this program, what we have done, we have put some restrictions there. And what is that restriction? In your deployment section, you have multiple accounts. So we want to list out something that only a particular account should be able to run the function. So we have three functions. Out of these three, one we have used with the restriction, other two are open just to testify. So we tried using account one for the deployment and same we used for execution of the function. When the account was same, everything was good to go. We were not getting any error. When we shifted from one account to another, we got a error over there because of our user defined modifier. Similarly, the other two functions we can run with any of the account. So this we have done. So that only account who deploy the contract can call it. Ashwin, correct. Correct it. You guys do one thing. I'm sharing the document with you all. You try it first and then we'll have the questions. Because first the execution is important. Only then you will understand what exactly we are doing it. And that is okay. See, this is something we are doing it first time. So, okay. Thank you for confirmation. Thanks for the confirmation. So we have done something related to the function modifier. So yesterday we were talking about constructor as well. So now let's do the constructor. Now in the case of constructor, you see, in the case of constructor, you see we call it, this is a special function. Now, it is a special function. It has no name, no name. So some properties I'm writing and then we'll summarize. And used for initialization of variables. It is called automatically. It is called automatically when we deploy the contract. Okay, so these are some properties of the constructor. One, It is a special function, so it has no name, anonymous function we can say. And what is the usage? Why in the programming that has been kept? This is used for initialization of variables. It is called automatically when we deploy the contract. Okay. Now, let me show you one example. So this is not given in the document. So maybe we can take it from this. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, this is a small program. Okay, I have already. Now you see, what do I have? Pregma solidity we started. Let me take that SPDX line also. I do not want to have the warnings. Now contract name is my contract. Two variables we have taken. One is name, one is honor. Now you see how we can use the constructor. Constructor is a keyword. It automatically comes in a pink kind of a color. And then we mention here, if you want something from user, then we mention from here, if you want something from user. So what I am wanting from the user, that is name. So this is same kind of assignment. Could you see any name here in this line? Line number 7. Could you see any name in this line number 7? Any name or something is written like that? Any name? No. So only keyword is given as constructor. Honor is taking value as from message.center, and from function, I have a function that is get name, from where I am printing what? I'm printing the name. So I can say that in this entire program, I have one constructor that is used for initialization, one function that is used for reading the values. Okay. Now, let me take the same thing which I have written here. I'll paste it into the case of text. Let me take it here. Okay, now let's see the execution, then we'll get the understanding. So what I'm doing now, going to the deployment section, and you see some change. See this thing? Maybe you can relate it now. See, are you seeing some changes into the deployment button now? Are you seeing some changes into the deployment button now? Deployment button. Earlier, deploy was single. Earlier it was only a button kind of, it was not asking any value. Now you see, if I expand that, at the time of deployment only, it is asking me a value. And we remember here the constructor definition, it is a special function. We have seen that it has no name. It is used for initialization of variables so that we can see name and message.sender. It is called automatically when we deploy the contract. So you see, at the time of deployment, it is asking a value. So let me click on issue. As an I have put up the value. Transaction is being done and I do have a value here. So you have three values. Number one, get name. It's a function. So you see this value is written. I again call that variable. I again call that honor. So because this was declared as public, so I can see all those values. Now you see what is the benefit of using a constructor. So in case you have only requirement to put a value, you can use the constructor as well rather than making a function. So one method of doing the same program could be you have function 1 and function 2 for what? For function 1 for writing the data, function 2 for reading the data. This is one of the method. Second method could be, we instead of function 1, we can replace this as a constructor that can be used for initialization, and only one function we can have. So choice is yours. Choice is yours. What you want to do with the constructor here. Correct? I hope you got the understanding of the constructor now. Okay, so the next one is function overloading. Now, what is function overloading? This is very simplest concept. You see here how many functions I have here. How many functions I have here? How many functions we have it here? See this example. How many functions we have in this example? See my screen. Three. But you see all the names are same. Set details, set details, set detail. But you count the parameter. How many parameters we are giving in the first one? How many parameters we are giving in the first one? Two parameters. How many parameters we are giving into second one? One. You see this is of string type. Another, you see we do have case of what I can say, this third function that is having unsigned integer. All right. So what is happening here? So now there is a concept. I open my document. The document is function overloading. Now, in the case of function overloading, what do we see here? This is same function name can be used multiple times with different parameters. Okay, so we have seen that in the example we have three functions. All these three functions are using different parameters. Okay, now when we are using these different parameters, you see here what we are doing into this case. So we are allowed with the same function. So what is the benefit of doing the same? So yes, see, set details. I'm giving here, let's say, issue and 101. Which function I'm calling? Which function I'm calling? Set details issue 101. Which parameters it is matching up? Function 1, function 2, or function 3? Which parameters it is mapping up? Function 1. Okay. If I make it like set details issue, it is mapping with which one? Which function? This second thing is matching up with the which function? Second function. Similarly, the if I give only age, so that will be the mapping up with the third function. So you see the same function you can use with a different parameter. So every time you do not need to come up with the different functions. So it depends on user how many values the user want to enter, and accordingly we are able to run the program. So you can decide that user is willing to enter both name and age, or user is only willing to enter the name, or only the user is waiting for getting the age. Correct. I hope this is clear to all of us. Very simple concept. Function overloading. Function overloading. Are we good to go with this? Are we good to go with this? Perfect. So we should come. So this example, you can do it on your own. Very simple one. This is already given into the PPT as well. I'll move to the next topic. This is fallback function. This is fallback function. Now, what is fallback function here? This is something like a default thing. This is something like a default thing. So let me explain this with the program. So let's see this one. So we are going to cover two concepts here. One is fallback. One is fallback. One is fallback. One is event. Okay. Now, in the case of this, you see, first when I come to the case of, you see, I'm creating an event. Now, what is event here? Now you see one thing, all of you. I take my mouse there on this green tick. I'm getting a tooltip. Tooltip means something compilation. I come to this deploy and run transaction. I get some this notification at Git here. So this all is coming like this. So what is this? This is an event. So event means here what we say, we create an event, and once we create it, we get some output. We get some output. So when we are getting that output, this is not into the case of what I can say the execution side. Output, we are not getting it here. Where we are getting? We are getting the output into the logs section. Here we are not getting the output, we are getting the output here into the log section. So why do we require? So let's say event is created when need output, when we need output to support our program. So I'll show you how this is giving us there. Similarly, you see here fallback function. Now, do you remember yesterday we were able to receive some ethers into the smart contract? You remember we were using payable. We were able to receive the money. So by default, you know what we do, and at that time we know this, that payable function is only require function declaration. So it does not require function definition as well. So what we did, what not we, the Solidity developer. So instead of having something called as a you create some function, they have fixed a category that is fallback. So they related that whenever you have requirement of payable, use it with the fallback. So fallback, you see, now what we are doing in the fallback, we can give some output as well. What you see, do I have any name here? Line number 6. Do I have any name of the function? Any name of function we are taking? Just a keyword we are using. Fallback. Just a keyword we are using. Fallback. Table we attached with the same. External. What is the property of the external? Do you remember? What is the property of the external? Do you remember? Property of external. See, we were not allowed to call the function inside the contract. We were not allowed to call the function from the inside the program. Okay, so we have event we created, the name we have given log. What output we are giving in case this work is happening? What output we are giving in this case the work is happening? Fallback function executed. Fallback function executed. So now you see, I do have this function. See this function, what you are getting with this? Because why I'm asking with you, because same type of work we have done yesterday. What will be done with the get balance? What will be done by the get balance? Returns balance of the account. Perfect. Now I have one more contract, you see. So this contract is required for what? This contract is required to test the fallback function. This contract is required to test the fallback function. So we need a executor also. We need a executor also. Why do we need this executor? So that somebody should call this fallback function, and that should be done from outside the contract. So you see, this is a fallback function that makes your contract to receive the money. Now we are having one more contract that will be called as an executor of the same contract. So what I'm trying to see, so you have contract 1 that is having payable function. Payable function means it can receive the ethers. So to support this, we are using contract 2, which will call the fallback function just for the security reasons. Okay. Now I make a address here, which is smart contract address. Constructor I'm taking, which value we are taking it from the user here? Which value I'm taking from the user here? Which value I'm taking from the user? Address. Okay, now can you tell me quickly what is the property of the constructor? What is the property of the constructor? Called when deployed. Correct. So constructor we have taken. Now we have a function. This function is called fallback function, that also being declared as fallback. And this statement I'll explain you later. Let's see the working first. Because once you see the working, then we will come to understanding of this. So you see here, we come up with the starting here. Okay. So you see, I have two contracts. So first I'll have the fallback one. I deploy it. My deployment is done. So what you are getting up here, what you are getting up here, get balance. Only one function or only one thing you are getting, that is get balance. But we have a fallback function also. How to run that fallback function? So let me tell you the steps for the same. So we were discussing this program. Now, how do we continue? So I just left one single line from there. Now in this case, you see what we will talk about how to execute this. Now in the case of execution, what we will do and how we will be performing there. So let's start the execution. So here you can see only one function, and fallback function is not visible here. Can you see the fallback function here? Can you see the fallback function in the output section? Anything there? No. So only what is visible? That is my case of get balance. Correct. We are following these processes here. What we are following up here. Now, in this case, what we say, we start with the fallback function. So let me come to the fallback function here. I go to this fallback. So I did the deployment part. Once the deployment is done for the fallback, we will move to the next function or the next contract, that is test. I click on deploy. Now, can you see this is asking the address here? Can you see this is asking the address here? And let me open this. Can you relate why it is asking the address? So this case we already discussed. Tell me why it is asking some addresses there. Tell me why it is asking some addresses there. Constructor. Very good. So it is having a constructor, and that is why we are having this particular text box. Now, when I say constructor, now in the case of constructor, it is asking the address. So what we will be doing up here, we will be picking up the address of the previous smart contract. So I go to this. So I'll copy this address so that I can relate this contract with the other contract. Now I'll put up this address. See, I copied it. I am putting this address here and click on transact. This I got a successful execution. Now let me expand this. Okay, so this is coming in a red color. That is call fallback function. So why it is coming in the red color? Why it is coming into the red color? Anyone? Why it is coming into the red color? Because this is payable. Because this is payable here. Now, in this case of payable, you see what we are putting. I'll call this fallback function. And before calling, you see this is my zero ether. So we'll do the same process now. Let's say this is, I'm doing 50 ethers. I'll change this parameter to here 50 ether, and I call it fallback function. So in this case, you see here, ten ether, and then we click on get balance. See, can you see this 10 ether here, 50 balance? 50 ether. Can you see that? So this time we are doing the same approach which we were doing into the case of yesterday's session, but this time we have two contracts all working together. Let me show you this output one more time so that you can relate it with the same. See, I'm running it one more time just to have a more clarity onto this. So I have first contract that is having fallback function. Once we executed it, we have something called as get balance. And on top of this contract, we want to make a something called as a manager. So we had a test contract. We provided the connectivity with the sharing the address, clicked on transact, and with the help of the second contract, what we will be doing up, we will be putting the same value. So let's say 50 ether, and I call fallback function. And there we can see the balance is coming as the case of what we can talk. See, already I subtracted, that is why it is not giving it. So let me take some lesser value, 10 ether, and then do it, get balance, and then call fallback function. So I'm not able to get because I already transferred multiple values from there. So same work we are doing, just to the case of what we can say, we are having two values this time. Uh, let's do one thing. I'm sharing this document because once you do it on your own, only then you will be able to understand this. Okay. All the steps are given there. All the steps are given there. Follow the same. Once you have done it, then I still need to discuss one of the line with you. That is this last part. Okay. First, understand the working of the program. Then we'll come back to the programs, this particular logic. Okay. Let me come to the program now. So what we are done. Okay, now you see what exactly is the fallback function. So let's do a concluding remarks onto this. So in this case you see what do we have here? What do we have it here? Now in this case we are using two contract. Contract 1 and contract 2. Okay, so what task we are doing with this? Contract 1 is having a function that is called as fallback function. This fallback function is only meant for what? It is only meant for what we can say payable cases. The payable is the case when you want your smart contract should receive ethers, right? So now because of the security reasons, we do not want to make our this contract vulnerable. So what we did, we used a second contract that is actually having the power of execution of contract 1, and that we can implement with the fallback function. So how with the fallback function? So fallback function has two properties. One property we can see that the first property that it is used for purpose of payable. Second property here, second property we can see, the second property is in the case that second property is of having the purpose what we can say that it requires any other contract to execute it. Okay. Now these two features are giving us support for the same task. So what we have done, we just have done a simple task. And what is that simple task? We just change the values. Now let me just run it one more time. So what I done, first I have the first contract where I have what? Fallback function. But we know that execution for the fallback function will happen from the second contract. So I click on test. Here I need to copy this address. I need to put up into the deployment section. When I click onto the deployment, now you see, when I click onto the deployment, so this we should go through. So I expand my output from the last. I expand my output from the last. Now, can you see here logs button? Let me zoom it like this. Can you see the logs here? Logs here. So I come up with the case of, so now, yes, see, we have not executed as such now. So what I'll do, I'll put 10 ether. So you see, my logs are empty. As of now, the logs are empty. Now I do 10 ether and I click on this call fallback function. Okay. So I executed the same. I can see the balance into the other contract. Now let me expand this output and you see coming to the log section. So this time we have something coming to the log section. So what you can see, the event has been fired. So this you see, this is not visible into the execution section. This is not there. Execution section, it is not there. But into the console or into the logs, we can see here the same argument which we have given. What it is having the what kind of message it is having? Fallback function executed. Correct. So the same thing we were doing here, just to cross check. The question arises why we are adding here emit or these things. Now, when I'm running this, I need one more confirmation. So for having that one more confirmation, what we had? We had a case of the emit log. So now by clicking what? Call fallback function. Which function is executed? This line number 6. So you can see this particular function is working as a commander for this particular function, right? Now, I hope you got the clarity of this. So come to this line also. Let's check that as well. So in this case, now you see what we are putting up here. So we are having a variable. In that variable, what do we want? We want smart contract address, which we have taken from this deployment section. Once we have this smart contract address, we are taking that value and we are printing something called as a sending ethers. And in this case, you see, in case it does not work, then I'll say fallback function call is failed. So you see here, this comma is an indication that you're ignoring other some parameters there. Message dot value is the amount of ethers. That amount of ethers we should able to see. So let me show you into the output as well. When we executed this, so am I getting something fallback function failed? Am I getting something like that? Do I have this output? No, I don't have. And this is Boolean. Boolean have only two values. What are those two values? Boolean are having only two values. What are those values? True and false. So when I'm taking this true and false, because of this condition, it is just checking that my fallback function is working or not. In case it is not working, I'll get this kind of output. Otherwise, I do have the event emit log. So you see, yesterday we done the same task, but with a simpler exercise. But now when we are doing it, we made it complex, but that is just because to have two commanding features so that we have one contract that is actually working with the payable and the second contract which is working as a commander for the same. Okay. So you see, as of now, we discussed function overloading. We started with the function yesterday, and with the function we tried to understand inheritance as well. After inheritance, we were able to discuss our various keywords related to the function. Maybe I can come again on to this. No. Okay, so we have seen something with the fallback function and the function overloading. Now let's come to the next topic, that is event handling. So this is the same thing which we have done just now. Now to have it more understanding, because you have already done it, I'll directly come to the exercise here. Now, in this case, you see what we are doing. It's a very small program, and we'll see the same case of what we can say that emit and the event. Okay. I copy this. I take it to my remix, pasting it here. All right. So you see here in this program, what do we have? We have a one contract. The name is given as value alert. Price, we have taken a variable. The value is fixed as 10. We are creating, see, in these event handling, when we want to have some kind of, extra notification, that notification we are getting with the keyword event and emit. So what is the name of event here? Price event. What kind of value we are passing here? Boolean return value. Function, what we are checking? We are checking the function here, checker. And in this case, we are having what? Price. Okay. So what we are trying to do here, event is having one variable that is of Boolean type. Boolean can have either two values, that is true or false. So now in case you see, in case my price is greater than 10, in case the price which user is entering that is greater than 10, what it will be returning? True or false? If this condition is true, what will be the value? True or false? See the logic, line number 8 especially. In case the if condition is true, the value will be true or false? True. Okay. In case it is false, in case the price is lesser than 10, then what will happen? The value should be false over there. Correct. Now in this case, you see, I delete this, I deploy the transaction, click on deployment, I make it value alert, deploy, I have it one value. So let's try with the both the things. First, I put 8 and I click on checker. The if condition is true or false. The if condition is true or false. I have given the value as 8. True or false? False. Let's expand this and you see the logs we have. You see here, emit we were doing only in the case of true. So can you see something in the logs here? Log is empty or log is having some value? Can you see something into the logs? Logs, can you see something there? It's blank. It's blank. So I'm not getting any event handling. Let me make it 15. I click on checker. When I made it 15, I expand this. Now you see the logs. Are you getting any logs here? Are you getting any logs here? So what output you are getting? You are getting output of true. So in short, what we can have, this extra notification we are getting only in the case if my condition is true. And how do we make it happen? We make it happen. Let me just reload my remix. I'm not able to see the output. You see contract second. Now you see here, there in this case you see, so we created an event. We asked to have only two values, that is either true or false, and this is based on a condition. If this condition is true, only then we are emitting, otherwise there is nothing to do with the notification. I hope this give you more clarity about the event handling. So this you can add with any condition. So wherever you want, like you do not want output here, internally you want some output. So at that time you can use the event and emit pair. At that time you can use event and emit pair. This is a small program only. Let me paste it here only. And I hope you are able to see the code from this and it is not cutting anything. The entire code is available. Entire code is available. The next topic is error handling. Now, what is error handling? So let me explain you the need and then we will come to a discussion here. So I'm opening Microsoft Excel just to explain the same. Maybe the same process I followed in Java as well. So let's say this I'm having a formula A, B, and this is A divided by B. So I want this A and B. So then I am asking user to enter the value. So user entered 5 and 2. A is 5, B is 2. Then I make it something like that, this formula, F6 by this. Okay, so this is 2.5. So same thing now you see, same thing if I do it here. So in computers, can we divide a number by 0? In computers, can we divide a number by 0? Is it possible? So we can't do it. This is a error there. Even in the real life also we can't do. Now you see when I am putting a 0 here, so it is coming something like a error, one case. So same event handling we do use here, error handling I should say. Now what is that error handling? So I type a formula. Obviously Excel we are not learning. So formula is if error, and I make it something like that. The value should be this same thing. Now you see, change the second number. Okay. Or number cannot be divided by 0. Okay, so this I'm using. So we do not need to learn Excel here. Now you see this particular thing. I mark it yellow. So in case user is entering a normal number, I'm getting answer. In case user is entering a 0, I'm getting a proper message. So in case I'm not making a error, I'm getting the answer. If I'm getting the error, then I'm getting a relevant message. So you think of the same thing. Let's say you're putting a wrong password. So at that time, what should happen? You're putting a wrong password, or you're putting unrequired symbols or something. You get a relevant message for the same. Now you tell me, this is good or this is good? Getting this kind of output or this? What should I prefer? This diff kind of error I should have, or I should have this kind of a proper message? What you would prefer in your program? Obviously message. So now in the case of all the programming languages, we do have the concept of messages there. So when we are using these messages, this term is known as error handling. Error handling. So at the case of error handling, what we call up here, so we are using three things, that is require, revert, and assert. So these three you can use for the purpose of error handling. So I know that user could, let's say, I have something A divided by B. Now in this case, I know that user could enter a wrong number. So I can use either require, revert, or assert, any of these three. For what? To just handle that error. Okay. Same thing we'll see with the example also, so that we can have a better consideration onto the same case. So I go with this here. I copy this, I paste it, I close it here. Now you see, first case we are using up here. First you see only the one contract, only one contract. What we are doing up here, so I'm using the same require statement. I'm using the same require. The require is the first one. So I mentioned that we have three methods: require, revert, and assert. First we are discussing which one? Require. Now in this case, you see how this require works. Require is a keyword, then it takes a condition, and then it takes a message. What is the condition here? Now you see what we are testing. If my amount is less than 100, if my amount is less than 100, only then it should be allowed. Otherwise, this program not should not be continued. See, listen my statement properly. So we are forcefully creating a error. Why I'm saying forcefully? Because having a number less than 100, So according to program or according to logic, is that a error? Having an amount less than 100, is it a error logically? No, it is not a error. It is not a error. But in my program, I want to make it. So forcefully, I'm creating an error. And then I want to check it with the required condition. See, now you see balance is 100. In case user is entering a value greater than 100, then it should be error. So instead of giving a error something, I should say not allowed. Let me execute it. Uh, I click on the deployment section. See, we have two things, but I'm running the first one as of now. So you see in the error handling, it is asking me withdraw money. So amount is 100 only. So if I want to withdraw money, so let's say I'm putting 150. So this is an error. I am subtracting 100 minus 150. So that is an error. I click on transact. So you see you are getting a message not allowed. What message you are getting? Not allowed. And where we have put up there? We have put up there into the not allowed section. So whatever message you will be getting the same into the case of what I can say in your program logs. So very simple one. If you see it again, just we are having a require statement, and that require statement is having one condition and one message. And in this function, we have a value for balance that is 100. And from 100, we want to subtract, which is being entered by the user. So that is the function withdraw money. Correct? I hope you got the flow for this. Very simple program. Very simple program. Let me do the second also. Let me do the second also. So in case we are entering the less value, that time the we will be able to do the subtraction. Let me show you that as well. I click on deploy. So you see if I put 50 here, transaction is being done. Green button, all good to go. Nothing. So if you see the balance will be 50. But if I'm trying to do, let's say 100, so this time already it is being subtracted. I'm not able to do it. So that time you will be getting an error that is revert, and you will be able to see something like a not allowed. And second case you see, this is revert. This is revert. So what is the syntax of revert? So I just take it here. I just take it here. So you see, this is the syntax for revert. So revert is having only what? Condition, nothing as a message. So you tell me what is the difference between require and revert. I just highlight these two. You see the highlighted part and tell me what is the difference between require and revert. Only the syntax. Revert is not having any condition. So now you can decide which one you need to choose, require or revert. The work is same only. So you see this second part of the contract now. This I should not explain you. See the second part of the contract. Exactly same thing we are doing, but with the help of if else case. See, overall, what we have done, we have covered multiple things this weekend. So basically, we started with the function. We understood the visibility, public, private, internal, external. Then we understood the modifiers, state modifier, pure view, and payable. After that, today we started with the function modifier, user-defined function modifiers. Constructor we did, and function overloading we understood. So that example I asked you to do it from the PPT. After the function overloading, then we started with the event handling as well. And with the event handling, event and emit, we tried two cases where we tried to understand the fallback function as well. So fallback function is just, we can say, a supporting function for the payable part, and that requires an external contract to execute the same. And the lastly, we discussed about the error handling, but error handling is having three categories: revert, require, and assert. Revert and require is just having a syntax difference, and assert is different from all these two. So let's start the session. Last weekend, we ended up with the error handling. And in the case of error handling, I mentioned that we do have three methods in the Solidity, which can be used for handling the error. So we took an example that rather than, throwing the error or something, we should better handle it carefully so that if a user is making a mistake, that person should be getting a proper message onto that way. And this is also necessary for handling the security perspective as well. So for error handling, we do have three options. This is require, revert, and assert. So assert we have not discussed that day. We will do it today. So in the case of require and revert, we just have seen that the working is entirely same. We had a program where we had two contracts. In one we have used require, and another we have used the revert over there. And at that time, what we say here, in the case of what I say, there is a syntax difference only. Okay. So what we can say, if I'm taking help of revert, I need to take if and else part as well. This is one of the thing we can see. So you see require, assert, and revert we have. Require is having a syntax, first the condition and then error message. Okay. And in the case of assert, I'll come back. In the case of assert, we have a condition as such. And in the revert, you say you have a just a message there. So you see, if I come up with that, so require is having condition plus message. Revert is having only message. Okay. And assert is having only condition. But this is not the only difference here. So when I talk about the revert or when I talk about the require, what happens? So as of now, we understand that we need to pay some of the gas fee when we are actually launching our smart contract onto the main blockchain or main Ethereum. Correct? Now, can I say that complexity of the program, or I can simply write more the complexity, more is the gas fee. Can I say that? More is the complexity, more is the gas fee. Is it right? So accordingly, we need to pay there. All right. Now, in the case of revert, so what is the meaning of English in English for the revert? So revert is something back, taking a step back. So what is happening here? So just let's take a very simple example and accordingly we'll understand. Line 1, line 2, or I say here, rather than line 1, I say here this is function 1, this is function 2, this is function 3. In a contract, I have three functions. So I assume that this is having X ether. X could be whatever is the value. This is Y ether. This is Z ether. So approximately, if I talk about the total fee, X plus Y plus Z. So can I say that the total consumption will be X plus Y plus Z ether? Overall, can I say that? In a program, if I talk about the total consumption of the ether, so can I say that approximately it is X plus Y plus Z? Yes, might be, some hidden things are left, maybe some loops or that is another part. Okay, that is fine here. Now you see, in between, we assume something that we have a condition either require or revert. Okay, require or revert means we are having an error. In case there is an error, will my program will be running or just giving me output? Let's say I'm saying that yes, it is an error is there. So can I say that for error I'll get a corresponding message? I'll get the corresponding message to whatever output you have given. That message you will be getting. Correct? So now you see, listen this very carefully. If we talk about the flow of the program, so in the flow of the program, function 1 will be executed first. Function 2 will be executed next. Require or revert condition will be checked. In case of error, it will not go further. In case there is no error, so it will go further. Should I repeat my statement? In fact, I'll do this. Listen it carefully. So what I'm stating up here, this is very common thing into programming. So you see, first of all, function 1 will be executed. Then function 2 will be executed. After that, require or revert condition will be checked. There is an error or not. In case there is an error, function 3 will not be executed. It is stopping the execution. Okay. In case there is no error, then function 3 will be executed. So are you agreeing with me on this? Do you agree with me on this? Correct, correct. Now you see, I ask you a simple question. If you have listened it very carefully, a simple question. What will be the total consumption? See, what will be the total in case of error, and what will be the total gas fee in case of no error? Answer me. In case of error, what will be the total? In case of no error, what will be not the uh, no, what will not be the error? What happens to x plus y ether spent already? Sanjeev, that will be spent. That will be spent. No coming back. Only there is a case of z that is already being executed. So you can say that there's an error, but already the amount has been deducted. Okay, now you answer me. If I do have an error, what will be the total cost? If I don't have an error, then what will be the total cost? Or it is same. See, but remember, I'm saying that in case there is an error, it will go back. It will not stop. It will not work further. All of you. So I'm asking what will be the total gas fee? Ahmed, error, correct. Mohan, correct. Perfectly correct. Perfectly correct. So see, this is what kind of answer I'm expecting. So in case there is an error, I said that it will stop the working. So it will not go to the function 3. Function 3 is having z ether. So total cost will be x plus y. And in case there is no error, then it will come to function 3. So there will be the cost like x plus y plus z. Clear? So are we good to go with this concept? Are we good to go with this concept? Are we good to go? Okay, perfect. Now, this is the true thing in case of require and revert. But now asset has a different picture. What is the picture for the asset? So in case instead of require or revert, I would have used assert. So that time the total will remain same. Total means x plus y plus z. Total will remain same. Even if it is an error, even if it is not an error, yes, it is not executing. It is not executing, but it is pausing you the gas consumption. So now you'll be thinking why do we have this like this? So you see, this is like a penalty. Now I give you a situation. Now, let's say somebody is trying your password multiple times. Somebody is trying your password multiple times. And if they are executing your smart contract, it means they are using their own ethers. See, understand something like that. In case of an application, if it is into my smart contract is not at the right hands. So that time what will happen? This is like a punishment to them. So what will happen? So if they are making a error, let's say password kind of a thing or something like a credential, so in that case, what will happen? In that case, we can say something like that. This is like a penalty for them. Why there is a penalty? Because they are paying higher gas fee. Now you see, if a attacker or if a person or if a malicious activity is making errors to my program just to hit and try. Do you understand what is hit and trial? Do you understand what is hit and trial? Hit and trial. Let's say I do have some random idea about your password and I'm trying to the same. So that hit and trial, that person cannot do. Why it cannot do? Ultimately, they are losing their ethers only. Ultimately, they are losing their ethers only. So you see, for error handling, you have three things. You have require, you have revert, you have assert. Okay. Now choice is yours, which one you want to use. See, normally we come up with the require and the revert. So we can choose any one of this. There is no hard and fast rule. But in case of assert, you see, you will be using at that places where you see that I'm not paying the amount. I'm not paying the ethers over there. Somebody else is doing. If they are making the error, it is their mistake. Correct? So I have seen multiple. In fact, I'll say that whatever interviews I have taken, I most of the time I ask the same question, that what is the difference between the require, revert, or assert. So if you have a fair idea, only then you can explain me. Can you now you tell me? So next topic that we have covered into the Java as well. I don't know you remember this or not. So we were discussing about there is two types of contract. One is abstract, one is interfaces. So in the case of Java, we have the name as classes. But in the case of Anwar is also done, great. But in the case of Solidity, we call it abstract contract, or we call it interface contract. Okay, we call it abstract contract or interface contract. So last time also I have given the same example. So you consider a situation that you joined a company and you are a newbie in the company. Now that manager is guiding you onto the some perspective, but that person has given you tasks to create your own contract. But in this case, you see that person is providing you some brief onto that part. So to understand this concept of abstract contract and interfaces, we need to remember three things. That function is having three parts. That is number one, function declaration. In function declaration, then I do have function definition, function definition, and then I have function calling. Correct? I hope these three all of us remember. Function declaration, function definition, and function calling. Do we all remember this? What are these three terms? Perfect, perfect, because this is necessary to understand that. So you see your team leader is providing you some insights. Now at that time, that person is giving you brief about the contract. So what they have given, so they are providing you a opportunity to make a inheritance. So for inheritance, what they have given us parent contract, and what you need to create parent contract, and what you need to create child from that parent contract using the concept of inheritance. Okay, this is one part. But they are not providing you everything fully. So it's not like spoon feeding. They are giving you some gist of the code. So what they are giving, now there are two options. Either they can use abstract or they can use interface. In case they are using abstract, they can provide you two things, either this or this. So they are allowed to provide you maybe the function declaration and maybe the function definition as well. Okay. But in case they want to go with the interface, so in case of interface, what is available? Only function declaration. So this is the difference between abstract and interface. So I'll explain again. So you see your team leader wants to provide you a parent contract, which can be helpful for you for making a new contract because you are new to the company. Now, in that case, in case that person is having abstract contract, they will be coming with their function declaration or definition as well. In case of interface, they will be only providing you function declaration. Now you see this example. Uh, in this example, what is given? Definition or declaration? See this, what is given? Function declaration or definition? What is given? Declaration. Declaration. When it is declaration, only declaration is given. So you see here in this case, okay, From this, please identify which is parent class and which is child class or child contract. Which is parent contract and which is child contract. See this example. Student is parent. Correct. See, so we have taken the keyword abstract from there, and abstract is a keyword and student is a parent one. And you see member is what? Member is a child. And what we are using the same function here, that is assign name, but definition is coming here and the declaration was given there. So this is the concept of abstract contract. Now, similar to this, let's see, we come to the interface now. Now, in the case of interface, you see, okay, now you see, again, student is what? Student is, again, student is what? Student is our parent contract. Member is our child contract. We have two functions here. One is set age, second is set height. Set age is coming here, set height is coming here. So there also only declaration is being carried out. Okay, note in the interface, you are not allowed to take the definition, but in the case of abstract, you are allowed to take the definition. So here in this example, we could have that, but we are not having this. So you see, this is the probability how we are doing that, right? Now, do you have the clarification? What is the difference between abstract and an interface? See, this we have done in Java as well. Do we have clarity? What is the abstract contract? What is the interface contract? Do we? Perfect. Let me run to the program now. Then I will give you the task to complete. So we are doing it first for abstract contract. So I'll take it for abstract contract now. So let's see the code as well. This is very simple one. So you see, we do have abstract is a keyword, contract is a keyword, and the name is we have taken here, that is abstract contract. Then we have taken here, you see the function is function get string. And you see there also what we are including here only the declaration part. But you see here, what new thing you can see? What new you can see here? See line number 4. See line number 4. Anything that is coming new to you? Any keyword? Any keyword that is coming new to you? See the selected part. Memory and everything we have already seen. Virtual. Correct. Virtual. So virtual is the case when you need to redefine that function. So you see here, I come up with the here. The function name is get string. Let me underline this. Function name is get string. And when we are using this particular function, what we have changed there? So instead of virtual, virtual has been shifted to override. So we need to use these two keywords. We need to use these two keywords. So in the case of abstract, see, in case of abstract contract, what we will be using up in case of abstract contract, we will be using the keyword that is virtual. In case of the derived one, the derived class or derived contract, we will be using the word override. So this is necessary for the same cases. So once we have taken, now you see, we are using the same functions there. All these three functions has been used. This is my derived contract. And now if we execute this, in this case, let me deploy it. See, uh, are you able to see this error? Can you see this error or should I zoom it? Let me try. See, this contract may be abstract. It may not implement as a parent. So you're not allowed to implement abstract or interface. So directly we will come to drive contract and you will be able to see all these three functions which is being given to us. So you see this is just like an addition of two number. Very simple one. I'll transact, click on add, get string. So this is just to have a string printout. So that we have taken. It's a very simple example. I believe you understood this. All of you kindly confirm. Have you understood this? Perfect. I'll show you for interface as well. That is again very simple. You can try both the exercises. So I'll not be running this because the same program is being converted to the interface. So you see, in case of interface, we have just a keyword here, interface, instead of abstract. So we have same three function, get string, set value, add value. This time, the keyword which we require, this is external instead of virtual. And in the case of drive, it will change to override. So these are some syntaxes, or these are some rule book that Solidity follow for the case of abstract and the interfaces. So I'm sharing both these documents quickly. You try both the exercises. So this is for abstract and this is interface. So you see, we have done with this abstract and the interfaces. Now I'm coming to the case of library. So this is the same kind of a case, but this time we do not want to keep it into the same Solidity file. So we'll have a different file. This is acting as a reference point. Another one is using that particular file. So let me show this with the example only. Very simple concept. We'll make it easy. So, okay. So what we do, all of you see this very carefully. So what we are doing into this case, so I'll be creating two files now. Okay. So let me create new one, in fact, because I am just copy pasting the code in the older one. So what we will do, we will make a new file and make sure now the path should be very clear where you are making it. So I'm creating a new file and I'm naming it the same which is given into the document. Obviously, you can keep it something else as well. So the name is given as mathlibrary.swl. Extension is Solidity only. I'll close the earlier one just to be on same parameters. I copy this, I paste it here. Okay, now you see here. Now you see here, so we are getting some. Okay, see, when you copy paste from the PDF, so sometimes what happens? So this you see next time also. Sometimes this codes get changed, so you need to replace this, not replace, just retype this. So now you see that error is gone, and step I'll obviously remove from here. Now you see what we are doing. So we are creating this as a library. So we are not creating any contract here. Okay. So what is my library here? Library is my reference point. Okay. Library is my reference point. So instead of using abstract or instead of using interface, I could have an option of library as well. So in case of library, it's just I'm keeping it a reference point, and whenever we require, we will take reference from that particular file. So you see, instead of contract, the keyword is being used, that is library. Name is given as math library, and same name we have taken for the file name itself. Okay. I do have two functions now here. One is for addition, one is for subtraction. So we know the logic for the same, so I'll not explain that. But you explain me why external and pure is used. Any logic you can relate. See, pure we have used here, we do not have any state variable. We are just working on the local variable, and that is a computation. So we use pure. Second case, external. So we do not want calling from inside the contract. We want the calling from outside. So that is why we have taken external here. So pure for returning not state, correct. External to allow method execution outside. Perfectly correct. Perfectly correct. So now I'll clear all these things. So you see, we are done with the first part. Library creation is done. And even if I try to deploy this, deployment is also done. So we can run it individually also. So in the case of abstract and interface, it was not possible that we could run it individually. But in the case of library, it is possible. So you see, I can make it 10, 20, and I call it, so answer is 30. For the subtraction, let's say 30 minus 20, it should give me 10. So it's perfectly working, but I want to use this somewhere else. So you think of, you question comes into mind, if we are doing it, why can't we use into the same? So let's say same addition and subtraction, I do require in multiple hundred files. So rather than creating a logic over there, we have created a library, and this library we will be using everywhere. Okay. Now let me take a new file and I come up with the, so I just want to take the same name. So I am taking this name. You can take any name as well. Just I am copy pasting the things. That is why library use dot solidity. I'll create a new file. This is the name taken. I'll get the content from there only. So I have very small program. So you see here, we take it like this. Okay. Now you see which line we are including here. Which line we are including here. So you see into this case very carefully. So I am having a line. This is import. I'm having a line. This is import. And you see there dot slash. So this is indicating that which library I am referring that exists into the same folder. In case you have a different folder, so you need to specify the complete path there. But in my case, I have used at the same location. You see library use and math library both exist in the same folder. So that is why I have taken dot slash math library dot solidity. Contract name is test. Two functions it is having and what we are calling up there. So instead of creating logic here, what do we are doing here? Math library dot addition. See, in this case, you might be feeling we are feeling that just we are we are enhancing our work. But this is the case of addition and subtraction. But you see, in case I do have a very large task, that time it is very good to use library. So you see, what is math library? What is math library? What is math library? The library name. Math library is the library name. So we need to specify that library name. You see, math library.sol dot addition. Addition is function. Again, you see math library.subtraction. Okay, in case I had one more function there, division. How to use that? In case I do have one more function there, division. How to use that? What should I write? If I have a one more function, what should I use for this? So math library dot division. Correct. Math library dot division. So this you see, this is we are using library. So, but not for these kind of tasks you can create. Maybe you think of, I do have multiple mathematical operations. And for that time, what I can do, I can create one math library. It is having all the list there. And then I can easily utilize that sine, cosine, but obviously, in the case of contract, we do not prefer to use it for the computation. We prefer to use it to build the logics. Okay. I think this is also clear to all of us. Library concept. This is one interesting concept. So now we'll come to one more concept. Library we understood. So library we created as a user, but we do have a GitHub library that is open Zapier. So that is available as a open source. So it means open source as in, so rather than I created already with the Ethereum, this is being created and we can utilize the same. So I'll show you it on GitHub first. My Chrome is open. So I'm writing here open Zapier this and we'll go to the GitHub link. So there is a page for this also. You can just visit. And so then I'm opening the GitHub link for the same. Now in the case of you see, this is open Zapier contract. Let me go to the contract folder. So you can see finance, governance, interfaces. So you have multiple things there. I go with the finance, let's say. So there are some files are given to me. I can utilize the same. So I'll just directly come up with the open Zapier safe math. So this is a library which is given for mathematical functions. So we created for addition and subtraction. Now you see here, this is one of the library and you can see originator or the people, those who are responsible for the creation of the same. So you see library safe math function. One is multiplication function. Then we have integer division function. We have something called as subtraction also, addition also. So these four functions are given here. So instead of you create library, you can also use that. Okay. Now we are also using a library, but not the safe math. So now let me show you what example we are using up in this case. So let me open this document and yes, we do have time. Okay. Now in this case, you see what we will be doing. We are using that open Zeppelin, but we are using ERC20. So do you remember ERC20 used for? Do you remember ERC20 used for? This standard is used for what? ERC20. ERC20. Two tokens we have gone through, ERC721, ERC20. So ERC20 is for fungible and NFT is for 721. Okay. So we are trying to create our own currency now. And very simply, we will do that. So what we are doing it, we'll take a new file. I'll come to my remix. I'll close this. I come to my remix and this is something token.sol. All right. I take the code from there, very small code, very small code. So you see what we are importing here, Pragma Solidity, the version, import, but this time you see the path. @ open Zeppelin, that file, contract token ERC20. So this is the exact path for the ERC20 file. So you can cross check as well, ERC20 GitHub. See, this is the file here. So the same, you can see open Zeppelin contract token ERC20. So this is also, now you see, it is also, importing some other files, but directly we are importing this. And you see, this is abstract contract. Abstract contract, we can use it for inheritance. So now in this case, okay, tell me from this line, which is a parent contract and which is a child contract. See the selected part, line number 4, which is a parent contract and which is the child contract. My contract, that is test, is child contract. Who is ERC20, which I am referring up from the open Zeppelin, okay, which I am using it for the correct. So now in the case of this, what we have taken, we have just taken one thing, that is constructor. And constructor, you see how, what name I am keeping up for the my token. What name I am keeping up for my token? See, ERC20, this is a constructor. Name is given as simply, symbol is given as SNP. Let me take you to the constructor here. See, what it is taking up? Two parameter. One is the token name, one is the case of symbol. So we have just given our own name. Simply is the name given and SNP is the symbol given. And then we are looking for some messages. Now, I'll show you how to deploy it. Now we will, do you remember how to connect with your MetaMask and the Sepolia? I hope everyone remembers that. Fundamentals, we have done multiple exercises for the same. Yes. So obviously I'll not going into much detail for the same. So let me come back to my MetaMask. MetaMask is there. I'll log in. I'll switch to the Sepolia. See, I'm already at the Sepolia. So you need to make sure you come to your Sepolia account. And I do have balance also. In case you do not have a balance, you know that from where to get it. So this link is also given into the PDF document. So in case you do not have a Sepolia Ether, you request for the same. So once you have it, now what you will be doing it. So we will be compiling this. After the compilation is successful, we will see the deployment through the MetaMask. So let's connect MetaMask. I do have a balance 2.7. You can see, which I was able to see. Now in this case, I'll click on deploy. Now in the deploy section, you can see some initial supply it is asking. So how much supply you want to give for your token? You are the creator of your token. So how much amount you want to totally create it? So I'm taking up this much amount, 1 and multiple zeros, and I click on transact. So this is my initial supply given to the my tokens which I am creating. Now a MetaMask window will appear. Click on confirm to the deploy. So so already my deployment is done. No, it is giving me an error. Just a second. Encoding argument invalid big number. Value code initially version big number 5.7.0. Oh, actually I placed dot over there. So I was copying there. So I should not have the dot there. I click on transit now. So now our MetaMask window is appearing. Let's wait. Now you see it is asking me some network fee. Okay, I am agreeing on the same. I confirm the same. So now my contract is at the deployment stage. So we'll wait for the deployment. Okay, so you can see the green tick, the deployment is being done. And you can see multiple functions now. Have I created these functions? Have I created these functions? No, but inheritance has gifted me. Okay, with the help of inheritance, I'm getting everything approved, transfer from alliance, balance of decimal name, symbol, and total supply. So you will be able to see that the deploy contact will be when check the functions, switch to the MetaMask, and see, it is asking us to switch to the MetaMask and view on Explorer. So we go to MetaMask and we look for view on Explorer. This one. Okay. So let it recognize us. So we want to see the same thing, the same deployment. As of now, yeah, now verification is successful. So you see your contract is being created and you see 69 days ago and this is 1 minute. This is the one. And then you can match. um, I want to show you one more thing. See, can you see this token thing? Can you see this SMP? Do you remember what is SMP? Do you remember what is SMP? The name which we have given to the symbol. See, I'll click on this and you see logs also we can see. See, ERC20 simply. This is important. See here, ERC token. So this is a creation. So simply is the name given and SMP is the symbol. So whatever we have taken, that is coming here. So you can, this is very easiest method to create your own currency. So after that, let's say you created your own currency and then the deployment, launching it onto the different platforms, then it comes, it is up to you how you are taking the same cases there. So yes, you see the same output we were able to see simply and everything, other info, correct. And then you can see, okay, this also we try. See, switch back to the MetaMask and click on the token section. Let's come to this MetaMask token section. I open it in the full expanded view. Tokens we can see. And once you have the tokens, so you can import the token. See, I already imported it multiple times. Can you see this? I already imported it multiple times. SMP you can see with the same name. So what you will be doing, you will be clicking on import token. Once you have clicked on import token, then you will be copying the same contract address, the contract address which you have taken. So you will be pasting the same contract address and Once you import it, you will be able to see it into the same scenario with the same amount which you have created. Okay. So very simple exercise. We can add up into our particular MetaMask account. But in case you want that it should be globally available, then you need to connect to the platforms like OpenSea or maybe MetaMask or anything else there. So this we are doing locally. But if you want to add your on, then you need to take further action, and obviously you need to pay some amount as well, right? So do we have clarity of the open sapling? See, once you do this exercise, you will get more clarity. So do we have clarity of this particular exercise? Perfect. So let's come to the next concept now. So next is, see, now technically we have completed the solidity part. Now it's all about your practice. So we'll come to closing of this particular Ethereum chapter with some theoretical discussion. So now one of the factor that we do have blockchain trilemma. Now what is blockchain trilemma? So why what we talk about? So we have three things. Number one, decentralization. Then we do have the concept of security. Then we have the third concept of scalability. So these three things comes up into the category of what I can say this trilemma. Three things: decentralization, security, and scalability. Okay. Now on the Ethereum, if I ask you, uh, do you agree we are following these three into the Ethereum? You know what is decentralization, you know what is security, you know what is scalability. So now you tell me, with the Ethereum, are we achieving everything, all these three together? Are we achieving all these three together? Decentralization, security, and scalability. Are we doing the same? See, now what is the problem here? Yes, we are good to go with the scalability. Now imagine a scenario in the Ethereum, we are already working with the proof of stake. So now if I say that, let's consider a case, if number of users increases by, let's say, if the total size of the blockchain currently whatever it is, so if it increases to triple of the same size, so do you think the performance will be affected if the number of users or the block size in or the entire blockchain increases three times of the whatever we have it? So do you think that performance will remain same or it will be affected? What will happen there? What will happen there? So I'm assuming that Ethereum, the users of Ethereum, or I'll say, it has increases three times of the today's time. So what do you think? Performance will be affected? Yes, it will be affected. Why? You can see that time to access that particular thing will be more at that time. And in that case, you can see that ultimately it is taking more time. The contract execution could take more time. So in this case, that is why the case has been taken that this is a blockchain trilemma as of now. We cannot achieve all these three together. If we compromise with the security, maybe we can get these two. If we compromise with the decentralization, then we can might be getting the security and the scalability. But as of now, if we talk about, we are compromising with the scalability, and the Ethereum decentralization and security is still acceptable. So why do we are talking about this? So in the near future, we are expecting that some changes should be done into the current version of the blockchain, so that it should be able to work with the multiple users as well. It should be able to work with the worst scenarios as well. So the performance should not occur there. So the future of Ethereum blockchain, or I'll say that earlier you see proof of work has been migrated to the proof of stake. So this was also an innovative effort. Now, same thing, or we are expecting the same kind of scenario, that we will be getting new updates into the Ethereum blockchain that would be able to handle what? That would be able to handle these trilemma as well, at least the scalability factor. So this is this concept. It's not only with the Ethereum. Every blockchain we might be. So there is a general statement that we cannot achieve all these three together. So we need to compromise with one of them to make other two pillars more stronger. So we call it normally, three pillar architecture. So then from these three pillar, you see decentralization, security, and scalability is there. Uh, Moving to the next, what do we have? So decentralization, security, this we already know. Have you heard about Solana? Have you heard about Solana? It's also one of the blockchain. Solana. So this is being inspired from Ethereum. This is being inspired from the Ethereum. So let's see here. So this platform is also designed, and it is for the case of what I can say. It is being designed for the cryptocurrency, dApps there. So it is popular for what I can say that DeFi. Have you heard about the term like DeFi? So where you want to handle all these finance term with the help of dApp application. So this is known as DeFi here, non-fungible token. So these all things are related with the Solana. It is low cost, scalability is high, and speed and throughput also we get here. So how does this work? How does this work? So in this case we see here, in this case we do have the validators, cluster of validators. So they maintain the integrity of the blockchain, or they maintain the integrity of the Solana there. So in this case, this is also working on smart contracts, and we are able to run these contracts parallelly also. Now uh, so the consensus algorithm that we uses up here into the Solana, that is proof of history. So proof of history, what we can say that, so it is we can say that every transaction is recorded with the time. Every transaction is recorded with the time, and with the help of what we can say that, with the help of these logs only, we are able to identify that which transaction should be prioritized and which transaction should be prioritized later on. So if I say that this is 7:37, so at that time one transaction is being initiated at 7:37, other transaction is being initiated at 7:47. So we need to prefer the 37 one. So this states that proof of history. So the older is the transaction, and it should be given here. What we can say that in a proper sequencing of the events, we make the confirmation of the transactions. And to confirm these transactions, we have a cluster, or we have a group of validators that are working to check the integrity of these transactions. Uh, so just an overview we do have into this syllabus, and if you want to go more about this blockchain, I can share some references, additional references. So let's start with the Hyperledger fabric. In the case of fundamentals, we have theoretically discussed this. So you remember, let's have a quick discussion on this. So we start that time we understood that Hyperledger is an umbrella project, and it has multiple parts of that. And we are focusing on Hyperledger fabric there. And in the case of the fabric, we see here when we talk about uh, how this is just like a permission blockchain. So in case I do have a permission, only then I'm having the access, otherwise I'm not having the access of the same. And in the case we discussed some of the terminologies. So we talked about, I'll say here, identity. So identity is being generated. We have a folder MSP, membership service provider, that has the record of all the identities there. We discussed about that we have multiple peers also. It's a peer-to-peer network. And in that case, you see, we use something like a committing peer. Committing peer we use this committing peer is responsible for what? For finally making the changes. Anchor peer we used. Anchor peer is just like a receptionist, or we can say that spoke of a community or a organization. And similarly we discussed about the ordering endorsing peer. Yes, endorsing peer as well. We then discussed about the ordering peer also. So basically every node is having a responsibility. Then we also spoke about that it maintains the world state of the data. World state is basically current version of blockchain, so that we can easily or we can fastly in a fast format we can access the database. And we do have two options, level db, and do you remember what is the other one? What is the other one? Level DB and CouchDB. So which one we prefer? We prefer CouchDB because it can handle the complex queries as well. Complex queries as well. So these things we have gone through, and then we did a small exercise as well where we built our network. We started our network. We had some commands that we executed, and now what we will be doing up there, we will be first using the Java language here. Now the Java comes into the picture. That Java will be used for the smart contract development. And for the deployment, we will come to that network, that command line, those commands we have seen. So let's start with the session. So chain code is what? Chain code is basically the program that we use into the case of Hyperledger Fabric. So in case of Ethereum, we give the name as smart contract. In case of Hyperledger, we give the name as chain code. So now you see, do you remember what were the steps for the smart contract life cycle? Do you remember what were the steps for the smart contract life cycle? Multiple times we talked about the same. What were the steps of smart contract lifecycle? Develop, compile, and deploy. Yes, writing smart contract, compilation, deployment, and execution. Ashwin is correct. But now you see, the same simple story has taken a turn. Now, in that turn, in the chain code, what do we have? We have 5 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 1, you see this is development, writing the code. Then we'll see what is packaging, installation, approval, and the finally we do have commit. So now our exercises will be focusing on development, packaging, installation, approval, and the commit. But as of now, we will be going through the development only because other things takes times, and even we'll see that we will be able to complete it or not. Okay. Whatever is sufficient for today, that will do. Now, in the case of you see, Hyperledger Fabric is not only supporting Java, it is supporting other languages also. So Go language is one of them, Java is one of them, Node.js is one of them. So we remember that Ethereum created a new language, Solidity, for their Ethereum implementation. But Hyperledger, for any of their blockchain, they have not created anything new. Whatever is earlier available, they implemented the same onto the same platform. So the same reason we did Java also in before coming to this application and architecture, we completed Java refresher course, and then now we will speak about or we'll have the Java integration. All right. So we do have this. This is as a chain code life cycle. So in the case of chain code life cycle, we do have different approaches. So we have first thing that is development. So we need to develop the chain code. We need to write the code and everything. Once the development is done, we will be performing the compilation. After compilation, we have some extra efforts or extra steps that were not included into Ethereum as well. Packaging, installation, approval, and the commit. So right now we are at the case of, in the case of the development. Thiru, let me do this exercise and then I'll ask you to share your screen. Okay. So that others have the task to complete. All right. So we do have this development phase. Now, in the development phase, we are moving further. So in the case of development, what we will be doing up here? So we are doing a car showroom project. So what do we have in the car showroom? This is something like I want to buy a new car. So we will be having something like a owner, first owner of the car. So some basic read and write functions we will execute. The read function. So in basic criteria, you'll have some variables, you'll have some functions, and in those functions, we do have cases of read and write functions. This we want to do. And in the case of, you see, when you were doing the Ethereum, that time deployment was very simple because we took help of Remix and we just click on deploy button and the deployment part is done. But in case of Hyperledger Fabric, the task is not that simple, and even I'll not say it is very difficult. What do we have here? We do have some steps that we will follow, which will help us to deploy our chain code onto the case of what I can say onto the Hyperledger Fabric test network. So we are not doing anything onto the main network. We will be doing it onto the test network that we are performing here. Okay. So yesterday, what we have done, we let me just give you a brief overview. So in that exercise, if I open the same, see, we did the something like a settings part. And in the settings, what we did, we had the Eclipse, we open our project, created a project, Gradle version, a specific version we have chosen over there. Once we have that specific version, after that, we have some settings on the build.gradle file, which we are doing so that it can install all the dependencies related to the Hyperledger Fabric. So this part we have done. Now we will be making some Java files. So as of now, we know that for implementation, we are using Java language. So we will be having two files. So we basically say here classes. See, in case of Solidity, the term was contract. In case of Java, the term is classes and object. We'll use the concept of inheritance, and ultimately we will be forming some variables, some functions. That's it. That is the thing that we need to do. So now you see what we have done so far. Let's have a discussion on to this. Uh, since we started with the session, we opened the Eclipse, we had the build.gradle file, the Eclipse part, the settings we have done. So this build.gradle file just meant to have the, what we can say, what we can have it over there, that this was meant for that we need to download some of the dependencies that will be able to run the Hyperledger Fabric. Now, if I show you my lab, the Eclipse, yes, it's already working. So you see here that I was showing it to you as well. So once we had it, so project and external dependencies. Now you see into this case, most of you see the Java and the case of Hyperledger Fabric. So you see Fabric chain code, Jensen again for the Fabric, similarly Protos, GRPS, and Guava, Commons, Validator. So these all things are mixed with the Java libraries and with the Fabric libraries. So build.gradle, we did it for the same purpose. We had the a file which is responsible for installing these kind of dependencies, right? Once we had it, then we had the code and compilation we performed. After compilation, we were able to get a jar file. Now let's understand the process, what all things are included here. So I mentioned that for the deployment part, we have packaging, we have installation, we have approval, we have a commit thing. We are following up Java language. So you see, you consider there that your task is done till the development phase. Now you're going to the next phase, that is packaging. Now, in the case of packaging, what do we have here? So packaging states that in this case, we have a jar file which we got up after the compilation. So we are passing the jar file to a command. Now, what is a command? Do you remember when we were running the Hyperledger Fabric, we created a network using commands? Do you remember? See, same way for the packaging, what do we have? We have commands also to do the same. Okay. So when we use these commands, so now our input will be, listen it carefully, input will be jar file, which you got after the compilation. And after running those commands, you will get the output with the tar.zz format. The format will be, or the extension will be tar.zz. Have you heard about WinRAR or WinZip in Windows? I don't know about the uh, MacBooks. WinRAR or WinZip, have you heard about? What is WinRAR and WinZip? Compression software, file formats. Correct. Basically, we compress the file and then what we do? Large files, yes. So compression we do. In the case of Ubuntu, we again perform compression, and the extension is tar.zz. So you see, after packaging, what you are getting something we call up here a package which can be further used. So as of now, you see what is the packaging. How many organizations you can see in this picture? How many organizations you can see in this picture? Total how many peers? Total how many peers? Four. 2 plus 2, that is 4. So now what is happening here? Listen this very carefully. Yes. So in this case, you see, we are basically working on test network, and test network provides us two organization 1 and organization 2, and we are still working on same system. So this is the concept that we have covered into the fundamental. So on the same system, we were able to create two organization 1 and organization 2. Okay. So when we are doing this organization 1 and organization 2, so one of organization will be creating the chain code. One of them will be creating the chain code, and same chain code will be executed at other organizations as well. Other organization as well. Okay. So for the same purpose, what we do have a process. What is the process? So it is just like a discussion when we do with the multiple states or multiple companies. So now you see, I make a table here. So I call it this as a organization 1. I call this as a organization 2. So organization 1 did the build.gradle task, build.gradle. Organization 2 is blank as of now. Then it did the car.java and car transfer.java. Still organization 2 is blank. Once it is done, the compilation has been performed and jar file is being obtained. Once it is done, this jar file is used to create a package, and that package is having the extension .tar.zz. Now, same jar file is sent to organization 2 as well. Same jar file is sent to organization 2 as well for the same task, for the task of what we can say packaging. So you see, packaging is being performed at both the organization, and it should be done through the jar file. We do have a command, so I can write that. So commands we'll do when in the next time. Commands we'll have which can be used for the packaging part. Okay. As of now, we are good to go. Very few steps only we discuss. As of now, we are good to go. As of now. Okay. Why want organization to why want organization to accept CZ file? Uh, Ashwin, please come again. Why want same name as car showroom 1 for organization 2 as well? Yes, Sanjeev, same name. See, we are processing here the task of packaging, which is part of the deployment process. And for that deployment process, what do we require? We require the jar file, and the jar file is further converted to the tar format. Instead of jar, can't organization to accept tar file? Ashwin, no. And that is also having a reason here. So we are not sending the out product, we are sending the compiled version. So after compilation, you are sending your code. After compilation, you are sending your code, and rest other things of the deployment has to be done on the organization. Okay, and that has to be why we are doing so. We just wanted to make sure that we both the organizations are at the same stage. So once we have that jar file, this jar file will be transferred. Okay, but tar must just contain jar file or it has an extra file. Ashwin, when we are doing the commands here, this is generating, this is not only compressing the data, this is generating it into one another format. So it is creating labels and the IDs. It is creating labels and the ID. Okay. So that is understandable into the format of the Hyperledger fabric. Now you see you're getting two things into this case. See this one. So one is label, one is ID. So after processing, what do we have? We have two things. One is label, second is ID. So these two things we are getting up here into the same cases. Okay, so once you have the packaging, now the same thing we were showing, tar ZZ is the extension for that. Now once you have it, so what do you do? What do you do? So now you see both the machines or both the organization is having the tar.zz format. Once the package is done, the next command is installation. So what is installation? We are installing this particular package onto this machine. So this installation will help to deploy our chain code onto the organization. So once you have the installation, so it's just like, installing the application. Once you have the installation, you get a hash generated. Hash is what? What is hash? We have done in the fundamentals of blockchain. What is hash? Can I say the digest of the data? Can I say digest of the data or some kind of signatures there? Digital signatures, correct. A set of information. So we got the installation there. So you see, this is your step 3. Step 1, doing the development. Step 2, we are having the packaging. Step 3. Step 3 is we are getting the hash of the each algorithm. Okay. Once you have it, now you see, once you have it, installation is like that. Now you think of that two organizations are making a deal. Think of a real life scenario. So they have a paper, let's say legal paper. Earlier they had a discussion and they prepared the legal paper. Now, once the legal paper is ready, so will they be signing it randomly or they will be checking it? Once the legal paper is ready, they will be signing it directly as they already discussed, or they need some approval as well. What do you do? See, before signing anything, obviously, we will have a last minute check as well. So we will be going to approval and then we will come to commit. Okay. So now you see, same case into the Hyperledger fabric. What we are using, so we had the development of the code. After the development, we got a jar file, compilation one. Then we converted into a format which is understandable by the Hyperledger fabric, and that format is tar.zz. This is known as package. We created a package of the same. Now, once we have the package, this package is being installed on the organizations which is involved. If I have 5 organizations, all will be doing the installation. Once the installation is done, now we are waiting for what? Approval. So once the approval is done, the last step is commit. What is commit? So commit is an indication. After that, nothing can be changed. So no further changes can be done. No further changes can be done into the same process. So you see here, the same steps we are following up. So you see packaging, after packaging, installation, after installation, when we have the approval, after approval, we are making the final changes. So after final changes, you can't do any case of updation. Ashwin, this we are doing in the test network only. Once we are ready, then we will jump to the main network. Once we are ready, then we will jump to the main network. Anwar, if it in case it is required a changes, so we will start from the scratch, packaging and again. So we are creating another version. Yes, Ashwin. In the testing also we need the approval because we have the multiple organizations which are involved here. Now, okay. So I'll come to this back. So what do we check there? We check name of the package, we check the version, we check the sequences, we check the endorsement policy, we check the package identifier. So when we are doing the practicals, I'll show you this all. Approval we talked about, commit we talked about. Okay, now the Gradle you have seen. So Gradle we are working. So Gradle is basically, earlier Eclipse was not coming with the Gradle. So what we need used to do, those who are working on Eclipse, maybe they remember. Earlier, we had to install Eclipse. Then on top of that, we need to install the Gradle. But nowadays, the latest version of the Eclipse automatically coming up with the Gradle. So we do not need a additional installation over there. So this is an automation platform that we are using for the case of Hyperledger Fabric. This is the same build.gradle file which we have edited for the downloading the dependencies. In the case of you see, you're basically looking for the plugins Java, Groovy, Scala, and Antler. And for repositories, you are using Apache and Apache Maven. See, these all are supporting to run the Hyperledger Fabric. So if you see, if you go back to the build.gradle, these are some, we can say repositories we are using Apache and Maven and Ivy. Similarly, once we have all the things, this dependencies also you see for code compilation, you'll be using one compiler for the fabric that is shim 2.2 is the version. For the implementation, we have Jensen. So I'll explain you what is Jensen. Jensen we still need to talk about. Now let's talk about these libraries only. So in this case, the first library is that organization.hyperledger.fabric.contract. So this provides us, this particular library provides us interfaces and classes to support the contract programming model. So when I need to create my contract, see, when I need to make my contract means functions I need. So when I need to make functions, that time this particular library will be helping me out with what? It can give me some abstract classes. It can give me some support for interfaces so that I can apply inheritance and directly can run that. So do you remember the difference between abstract and interface? Same like solidity. Do you remember the difference between abstract and interface? See, in the case of abstract, function definition is allowed. In the case of interface, function definition is not allowed. So only declaration is involved. Okay. So same concept we do use here. Another library we see that is annotation. Now this is annotation. Now what is annotation? This is the term that we are using in Java only, not in the Solidity. So you see annotation is a term. Annotation is a term. So that we specify comments that are understandable by programming as well. Okay. So what do I mean by that? This. So we are trying to put some comments which is understandable by program. Can you see here data type? See this here in the code. At the rate data type, at the rate property, at the rate property, at the rate property. Similarly, let me open card transfer.java. Can you see this at the rate transaction, at the rate transaction, and similarly, you can see at the rate transaction. Now, what is this at the rate contract, at the rate default? So this is known as annotation, and annotation is basically a comment in your program which can be understandable by a programming language as well. So why we are putting this? So this is just like for making the compilation easy, Java has added something called as an annotation, which will be helping to put some indication. Now you see car, this is what? Can I say that this is the starting the classes line number 8. Can I say that this is the like SPX? Correct, Mohan. Can I say that this is for the class declaration? So before class declaration, what I am putting? I'm putting at the rate data type. Okay. ID, model, honor, value. What are these four? See these four lines. ID, model, honor, and value. Can I say this is variable? Can I say this is variable? So before every variable, I do have an annotation. What is that? Property. So you can say that this property is an indication we are coming up with a variable declaration. Okay. Similarly, come to one more. Here. Now, before every function, we need to put transaction. At the rate, transaction. At the rate, transaction. Before every function, we need to write at the rate, transaction. Similarly, you see this is the contract information. So which annotation we are using here? See the selected part. Which annotation we are using here? Which particular annotation we are using here? Contract. Contract. At the rate, contract we are using here. So you see here, these are my annotations, but for that I do have some libraries also. So what are those libraries? So you see here, into the case of annotation, contract is there, annotation, default is there, annotation, info is there, annotation, transaction is there. Similarly, come to car.java. So which annotation we are using here? Only two, that is data type and property. So these libraries you are putting first into the same case. Are annotation mandatory in the code? Yes, Sanjeev, it is mandatory. So you cannot avoid that. You need to use it. So this is something for the fabric. It is a mandatory thing. So you see, we have the annotations here. The third main package that we are using, that is shim. Now, what is shim? So it is providing you classes and variables so that you can take help of what? You can take help of state variable. You can build up some variables there. So when you need to have those variables, which particular package you will be using, you will be using shim over there. Okay. So we will be having what? We'll be having shim over there. What is shim in this case? Now you see, shim is basically what we can talk about. So this will be helping me for the declaration of the variable part. So three packages or the three libraries we are seeing. My building up a contract. This is for building the annotation. This is building the shim for the variable part. Now you see here. See, can you see this shim here? Can you see the shim here? From shim, we are having two different things. We'll speak about this also. Chain code exception and chain code stub. So we are using there into the same cases. So these all are the libraries which will be helping us for with the help of interfaces, abstract, or we can take it as a inheritance. Now you see here, if I talk about the contract, the first one. So I have some interfaces, I have some classes, abstract classes. Number one is contract interface. Here in the classes, you can see context and client identity. Now, by default, we have multiple functions. You remember yesterday when we generated a token. So have we created some of the function? When we took help of ERC20, so have we created any function? ERC20. Have we created any function? No, we have not created anything. Just we use what? Inheritance. Same you see, multiple functions are provided to you. So some of the function you see, after transaction, before transaction, create context, unknown transaction. You read the description once, then I'll come to this. Okay. Now see here, the functions which you are seeing, this is something after transaction, before transaction, create context, unknown transaction. But in all these things, there is one thing common. Context, you see here, there's one thing common. Context here, context, here context is also coming. So what is this context now? So we are working with what? We are working with Hyperledger Fabric. So A hyperledger fabric is what? It's a blockchain. Blockchain is having multiple data. So you see here, blockchain maintains the history of data, or I can say that different versions of the data. Okay. So when I do have this different versions of the data, but we are choosing CouchDB. CouchDB is what? Latest data, or I can say that current state of data. Correct? I hope this you remember. World state, CouchDB, level DB. Do we remember this? See, that is why the fundamentals is important part. So now you see the current state of the data. So every time when you want the data, do you need the history of the data or current state of the data? When you want to access the data, do you want to access the complete data or the current data? What you require? Current data. It's hardly is the time when you require the older data as well, maybe just to check something. But in the normal scenario, what do you require? You require the current data. So every time you are going with the current data, you need to specify the same. So how do you specify? So there is a term that is context. Context, which means what? What do we mean by that? So this is showing the current state of data. Context is what? Current state of data. Now in this case, you see what do we talk about here? So we are looking for that we need to access the data, but only the current version of the data. So the instead of calling it current version, we are calling this as context. Now let's go back to the same table. Now you see, so we do have a class already that exists, which is having the name as context. Okay. So do we have a clarity about the classes and the object? Do we have the clarity about the classes and the object? Java we talked about in Java language. What is a class and what is an object? Can I directly execute the classes? Can I directly execute the classes? Can I do the same? Can I directly execute the classes? No, I can't do it. Objects need to be created. So you see here, class is just a reference point. So we took an example last time also, fruit is a class, mango is a object. So I cannot eat fruit. I need to specify which particular fruit. I can eat mango. So this is just a reference point. Same you see, you have classes and the objects here. So you see class is context, object is CTX. Class is context, object is CTX. So these are what? These are functions that are already available into the contract package, and this has to be called before running any transaction, before any and also this thing also you remember, in normal scenario we call it function. Normal scenario as in normal programming language, but in the fabric, when you're doing the fabric, we don't call it function, we call it transaction. What do we call it? We call it transaction there. So fabric is known as transaction, function is known as transaction there. So now you see, after transaction means after the function. Before transaction means before the function. This is creating what? This is creating a version, or this is creating a object for achieving the current state of the data. Similarly, unknown transaction, it is invoked for any transaction that does not exist. So let's say I am trying to call a function which does not exist. So that time which method will be executed? See, I repeat my statement. I am running a function which does not exist. I'm running a function which does not exist. Can I say that this will be automatically called up? Can I say that this will be automatically called up? If I am running a function which is not, which does not exist, so automatically what is there? Unknown transaction. So you see here, in the tabular format, after transaction, after function, before transaction, before function, create context to achieve the current version of the data, unknown transaction, which does not exist. And we will talk about chain code stub as well. So these two work together to get the current state of the data. Correct? I hope you have the clarity for this. See, slowly we'll get the multiple things. Don't worry. Okay. Now, how much time is left? No, this is just 5 minutes. Okay. See, similarly, you have after transaction. So this will see into the case of programming before transaction, create context, unknown transaction. Okay. Okay. You need to read this one. This is the same thing which I already spoke about. Okay, and from here you see, tell me the meaning of this keyword which I am underlining. Tell me the meaning of this word. Yes, Anwar, I'll share that. All of you. This keyword is meant for inheritance. Inheritance. This keyword is meant for inheritance. So you see what I am creating here. I am creating a class sample context that is taking help of context. Context is something that already exists. So we are using inheritance there. So we do have one function. We call it as get stub. So this function is used to read the current state of the data. This function is used to read the current state of the data. So we'll see in the program also. So as of now, we are seeing, some snippets of the code, but we all together also will have the discussion onto the code part. I'll be stopping here only. So we still left with the multiple things, but don't worry, we'll cover all these part. So next weekend is our plan to finish up our 7 and 8. Yeah. So we will be closing our Hyperledger Fabric in the next two sessions. So please be ready with the extensive hands-on and everything. So we need to work on to the same part and as well as on the discussion of the coding part as well. So as today we just learned about, so we took a good time for the Eclipse part because we were very new to this. And so we are able to compile our code. So compilation is done for us, but we are left with the packaging, installation, approval, and the commit part. So that we are going to complete it in the next weekend. Once we do it, then we'll move to the SDK part also. Okay. So today we covered some theoretical concepts as well, where we're trying to understand some libraries that already exist, and with the help of inheritance, we can further use the already existing functions. Okay.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.